Hello, hello, and welcome to the Northern Africa Qualifiers. I'm Matoma. Joining me is Teltus. We're going to be bringing you some of the action. Some of the other games are going to be off stream, but we're going to be bringing you some of the action today for the Northern Qualifiers, where we have 5 different countries competing. But before we start with that, we have some very important things to say, which is, how are you doing, Teltus? How are you feeling today?
I'm doing good. I'm actually honestly pretty excited because I love this format.
Yes.
151 countries competing in the International Esports Federation. National sentiment driving esports. That's something that I personally adore. And I hope to see more of.
Yes, I actually love that too, because I've seen it in other, like the Asian games, something like that, where it's country versus country. It's really cool. It's kind of like the World Cup for us, which I don't know.
yeah.
I really enjoy it as well. And I love your national sentiment as well. And because sometimes you see people get very enthusiastic and say very nice things about other countries as well. So like, cool, go with that. Let's do that.
Definitely. Let's actually take a look at the groups as well. These are the African qualifiers, and I believe the regions are divided between the North Africa and South Africa, right? And with the two teams competing, you don't get any points if you lose, but you do get 3 points if you win. And I believe only one team is going to be going ahead from both of these groups. In group number A, you have Algeria, Egypt, Ghana, Nigeria, and Tunisia. And in group number B, you have Namibia, the Republic of South Africa, and
Madagascar?
Madagascar.
Yeah.
Thank you, Otimo.
No
I
problem.
thought I was good with the acronyms, but apparently not as good as you are.
To be fair, this was the exact problem I had yesterday in the rehearsal. I was able to get 7 of them, and then I was like, mad. I don't know what mad is. And then like Mad's Madagascar. I was like, oh, thank you very much. So today when you called, I was like, that's the one he's not gonna know. If there's one of them he doesn't know, it's gonna be Madagascar. Looking at the two groups, I will say that for Group A, I do have favorites, which is probably going to be Egypt out of all of them. I do think that it's the country that has most pros, like going for international events and casting in Arabic and things like that. So I expect they have a lot of talent there. What do you feel about Group A?
Personally, it is a round robin, right? So Group A should naturally be the harder group. You can lose more matches. Group number B, of course, with only 3 teams, if you win 2 of your games, you're probably going to be going forward, right? So naturally, I think Group number A is going to be much harder. And I remember that in Group A, you do have Arya, who is playing. I remember casting Arya back in Uridu Arena. It was a very long time ago, but he is also, I believe, broadcast talent for some of the major tournaments out there. So I'm excited to see how he performs. And of course, we do have national sentiment. You have players competing for national pride, players competing for their countries. So I expect a little more amp from the players, a little more oomph, right? To give it their all. So that's something that I'm personally looking forward to.
And he's also the only player that we actually have a page on, right? The other players, there's no way you can actually get their info. Some of their names are like boss or mom or something. Like, I can't Google mom Dota buff, right? It doesn't show you anything useful. But yeah, that's going to be Egypt for me in Group A. Group B, maybe South Africa. I only think of that because I know Castaway was playing a lot in South Africa, and he was like, yo, we have a decent Dota 2 scene there, but I don't know much about like Madagascar, Namibia, how competitive they would be in the region.
Personally, I think we're going to be seeing a bit of competition. I do think that for some of the other Iesf qualifiers, we will have a lot more players with dedicated Wikipedia pages, particularly in the European and Asian regions.
Of course.
But I am personally excited to see Africa, increase its presence in the Dota 2 scene. I do think that it's going to be there for a lot of other games. But let's take a look at the schedule for today. It is going to be Algeria versus Egypt. And I believe 3 of these matches are going to be happening at the same time. But Otimo and I are going to be bringing in Nigeria versus Tunisia. And then you also have Maldives versus Namibia. And then you finish the night off, we're going to have Algeria and Ghana.
We'll see. We'll be bringing you one match at a time, even though others are happening. Nigeria versus Tunisia. I'm gonna feel like I'm favoring Tunisia quite a bit on this one. Again, I just feel like being from the Middle East that, again, I don't know like how it is with all the countries, obviously, but I feel like Egypt and Tunisia will be, quite competitive, and probably South Africa. But it's cool, right? Because it gives you a taste of the region. I wonder, will we see if we're going to see other regions like yours? Will we see Pakistan in one of the qualifiers? Maybe
I don't think so.
Oh,
yeah. We all know of Sumail,
yes.
right? But he's one of the only Pakistani players who has made it to the top stage. A lot of the players, at least from my time, have stopped playing because of life goes on.
Yeah.
But some of the other Asian countries are, in fact, pretty strong. But here's a surprise for you guys. It's not going to be one match that Automo and I are going to be casting for you. It's going to be two. So later on tonight, after this one, we are going to have Egypt versus Nigeria, and also Maldives versus the Republic of South Africa to close the night off. And then obviously we'll have more matches for you guys tomorrow. So I hope you'll join us for these two live matches that we are going to be bringing you today.
So we're going to see Nigeria twice, once versus Tunisia, one versus Egypt. Good luck for them against Egypt. By the way, one thing I've been liking about Iesf is that every year the prize pool is getting bigger and bigger. It's getting quite large. So making it to the LAN, it will be quite a big deal if you can make it there. There is some very sizable prize pool on this one.
Definitely, and something that you and I were looking at before is the fact that some of these qualifiers, in particular the European qualifier, has a $15,000 prize pool.
Yes.
So, now not only are more teams, are more countries, in fact, signing up, but now you have actual money before the main event to just give your team a bit more extra juice to continue competing, continue scrimming and improving, and hopefully make it to the big stage.
Yeah, it's nice to see organizations take a step towards making this sort of a, like we mentioned, the World Cup, right? But of countries where other terms would be like, teams are usually very mixed. But here it's like, all right, let's just see what each country can provide. And I find that very interesting to watch. We've done a bunch of these before, and it's always, for me, fascinating at the end which countries come out on top. Usually China's one of them, But we'll see how it goes for this year.
Definitely. China, it probably will be a dominant region as far as, national teams go.
They just support their own teams, right? They're like, we have our own teams, right? Let's put them in.
Pretty much. But, I hope that IESF goes on a lot longer. Like you mentioned, it's a bit of the Olympiad for esports, right? So the longer it goes on, the more you'll have teams signing up. And I just think that is going to be great for the overall scene, because at the end of the day, you want viewership, you want numbers, you want fans tuning in. And there's nothing that drives fans other than seeing their own nationality competing on that big stage, right? That's something that is very naturally easy to root for, easy to come and support.
Yep. But I'm looking at the lobby also, and we're like, okay, most of the players are here. We are going to be starting in about 7 minutes, so we're lucky to be able to have everyone on time. And it's nice. That's something that people recognize the importance of this. So this is going to be the match for us. It's going to be Nigeria versus Tunisia. Or we're looking at the player names at least. I don't know if we have pictures of them. That's always nice, but I think that they might be all locked. Like in a fighting game where you don't have Akuma yet to see. You have to finish the story mode to get them.
Definitely. Let's actually take a look at the rosters for both of these teams, for Nigeria versus Tunisia. I don't expect the game to go in a one-sided way. For Nigeria, you have King Kev, DJ, Mom, Big Daddy Hades, and Olizra. I remember having a few jokes with you about some of these names, but it's currently at a smaller stage. Hopefully these things will when we hear the name Mom a lot more, hopefully when Nigeria qualifies, at least that's what they're trying to do, then perhaps it's going to be normalized for us. But let's take a look at the other roster. Let's take a look at the roster that Nigeria will be competing against. It's going to be Tunisia, Zanetti on that position 1 role, Kyoto, Pak Rauf, and Omar and Boss. So a lot normal of these names, but I personally would have hoped to see a player like Boss play on a core role.
Right, you can't pick Boss and then play Oracle, right? No, that doesn't work. You pick Boss, you have to be some sort of diving, crazy Slark hero or Storm Spirit or something. You cannot pick position 5 and call yourself Boss. And we talked about Nigeria earlier. By the way, I feel like if the name is Mom, I will have to say the hero's name. I can't be like, Mom's coming in with the big hit. I'm like, oh, that's too much childhood trauma there.
But personally, because we don't exactly have too much information on both of these teams and specific to players, I wonder what kind of strategy they're going to be going for, particularly because you have a lot more matches to play. This is group number A, so you can't rely on some niche strategy, right? You have to be bringing your A game for about 4 of these matches, right?
Yep.
For group number B, you can bring in a cheese strat, but for group number A, that is not going to work. The better Dota is going to dominate in this group. So I mean, it's a coin flip. At the end of the day, it is going to be 50-50. I recall you saying one of these teams has a rank 3,000 players, so perhaps that's something that these teams are going to be looking forward to.
Yeah, I believe that it's Egypt. Again, it is the only player we can actually get info on. But yeah, rank 4,000 in Europe is around like 9,000 MMR. So you can tell that that's kind of the level I expect is everyone's going to be in that top few thousand. Some countries who may not have a competitive team, like any competitive player in a professional scene, but they might be like, oh, we still have good players in the region. They're just like ranked 2,000-3,000, which is what I'm expecting we're going to be seeing a lot of those players be from until we get to Europe, in which case it'll be like the top 5 players in the whole country, like whole region playing.
Yeah, Europe is definitely something to look forward to, but I'm not going to call it early and say that the African qualifiers are not going to have great Dota, because at the end of the day, these are the very best players. At the end of the day, I believe the federations themselves select the top 5 players that are going to be competing. So naturally, you are going to have the best players from the country who are going to be going at it. And an aspect that we don't normally talk about is the increased synergy, right? Because normally in those tier 1 competitions, you have players playing from their homes in different parts of the world with different communication barriers, and that's something that's not going to be present in IESF, right? Because you are in the same country, you're not going to have that communication gap, and perhaps you'll have more synergistic Dota.
I like that you talked about synergy, because I was recently talking to the coach of Execration, who just qualified for a massive tournament, and he was his team is all made of Philippines, and he's like, one nice thing about this team compared to being a European coach is the culture is all the same. So one thing they really respect is like eating time. So where they all have lunch at the same time, and if one, like let's say I'm playing in a game and he's finished, he's not gonna start a game until I finish and we eat together. It's not gonna be like I play, I finish, he plays. No, it's like 12 o'clock, 11:45, everyone's done pubbing. Everyone just waits until they do that. So I like that. I am glad that we're gonna be seeing hopefully some of that, hopefully in the LAN event as well.
Definitely. I mean, at the end of the day, it's about the mix of the cultures that is being brought in, and that's something that personally we talk about TI, we talk about some of the tier 1 tournaments, and there's quite a bit of discussion that goes on on Reddit, for example, or on Twitter, where you want the best teams to be competing at the cost of representation. I actually am a bit of an outlier, because I kind of think that you need to have an equal, right? You need to have a balance, an equal of representation and skill, right? Even if it's at the cost that, it's not being dominated by the Eastern European region. I say bring on more C teams, bring on more South American teams, right? That's good for the overall scene.
I agree as well, because in general, once you start sort of consolidating around one region, that's one region, yes, it'll grow, which is good for it, but other regions will suffer. And it's like you want to go for the global market, not just for one specific country or area or whatever. So I've always felt like that. I actually liked, there was one TI that had 20 teams, or was it like 24, where they had last chance qualifiers. I was like, that's a good step. We should do more of that. So us having 30 teams at ISF, we know what we're doing. We bring them all. Any country that does well can come.
And I mean, but any country that decides to participate can also participate, right? Like 151 countries, you can always sign up. You can always start. This is, at the end of the day, it is grassroots. It is at the grassroots level, right? So if you're in a country, you can reach out to your federation. You can apply. At the end of the day, you are going to be considered if you are good enough, right? So those are the things that, essentially, that's how esports started, right? You remember 10 years ago, there were no prize pools, right? Before TI was the only prize pool. We used to play for treasure chests. We used to play for in-game items, and look how far we've come.
Arcanas was the thing, right? They'd be like, you want to play? You get 5 Arcanas. You're like, 5? One for each player on the team? That's awesome. But now
we used to be really happy with that, right?
Now it's like, no, you want to play for 1 million or 2? I'm like, yeah, I would like to play for that. All right, we have almost all the players here. Just waiting for one more from one of the countries. You can't say which one. If you say which one, all the fans will be like, see, I told you that country always late. So we can't be like that. But how's Dota for you right now? Are you playing a lot? How's the meta? Are you enjoying anything special in the patch?
I actually really like the meta now. We've gone back to the late game carries, right? The Terrorblades, the Drow Rangers. I suppose Morphling has been there for quite a bit of time, but I actually got a bit tired of seeing the Luna, and the Shadow Fiend and Double Alchemist that were just completely broken. Right now, when you look at the drafts that are happening for some of the big tournaments, for example, PGL Wallachia that's going on right now, I really like the mix. You can send just about any hero on that mid lane, even heroes that were traditionally carry heroes. For example, the Slark, that's being played on the position 4 role, on a support role. So these are the things that are very interesting. I believe the drafting is at an all-time high, and I hope that continues, to be honest.
I agree with you in a lot of things, but I don't agree with you on Slark being good as a support right now, because he was really good. I played a lot of Slark support. I loved it. It was so fun. But they reduced the duration of your essence shift from 20 seconds to 15, which sucked. And they reduced his healing from 10 to 5 when you on the passive. So before, you trade. You can trade longer because you're taking more essence shift, and then you go back and you heal very quickly. Now you trade less. You go back, you heal twice as slow, and he wasn't much of a later to begin with, and now he's even worse. So Slark support, don't listen to Tultres. He's leading you down the dark path. Don't do that.
Did you see Talon though? Like, Jokum on that position 4 Slark carried his team to the top 3 in Dream League, and that was, I believe, it's been such a long time since we saw a Southeast Asian team actually score a top 3 finish. So
all right, but okay, that was season 26, right?
Yeah.
Season 26. It was played on. I wasn't played on the current patch. Because I don't know when he played this.
I think it was 7.39. It was actually, it was before 7.39B. It was before the Slark nerf that you were just talking about. But I mean, at the end of the day, right? It's we can talk about Slark specifically, but I just more happen to mean about the versatility of these drafts, just the amount of things you can change up. And we see a lot of teams struggling with this. For example, Nigma Galaxy, I personally think that they are having a few issues around their drafting. We can see some teams having locked down that draft, knowing exactly what they want to do, and those are the teams that are more successful. So now drafting is an element that has increased its competitive ceiling. If you are better with your draft, then you will have a better chance in the game. If you are struggling with your drafting ability, then you are going to be having a worse time.
It's also not just come down to the draft, it comes down to how the players think about, like, let's say we're going to pick this draft and we're going to go fast draft, quick buildings, build a lot of auras, and try to finish the game by second ages, not like take 8 second ages and farm. And sometimes we're like, no, one guy is like, I want to farm more, I had a bad lane, and then the whole thing falls apart. So it does go both ways. But yes, back to your point, I like the way that drafting is going. You mentioned Jokem. I was looking at the records. He did not play Slark support after the patch dropped. So Otomo 1, Tultres 15. But I'm catching up.
But top 3 though. At the end of the day, personally, I'm happy about that because for the first time, we have 4 Southeast Asian teams competing on that biggest stage. 2 of them going to TI and 2 of them going to EWC. I mean, that's pretty wild in my opinion.
I expect if we are doing Iesf for the Asia qualifiers, Southeast Asia, I imagine Philippines will be quite competitive because all of Execrations from the Philippines. I think Esports is also a lot of Filipino players. So there will be like huge competition, which makes me think Philippines will be one of the big countries going into it. For the record,
you do have the rise of Indonesia as well, right? Malaysia has always been really strong in Dota, not just in Southeast Asia, but of course players going towards China as well. I believe Team Tidebound has nothing to say, who's
Yes.
from Malaysia,
Yep.
right? So the Southeast Asian team region, it's on the up. I believe the South American region is also on the up. It has stagnated just a little bit, but the African region, this, if I were to hedge my bets, or rather, if I were to want something
Whoa.
out of the Dota 2 ecosystem, then I would want the African region to actually rise up, because I do think this region has a lot of potential.
Same. I would like to see it, just because I think we need more. Like when we were opened up the Meswa region, the people were like, why? It only got like 2-3 teams. I'm like, yes, because it was nothing there. Now that there's a competitive scene, players will play the game and it will grow. Like South America grew, and then at 20, I think they had like top 6, which was like 2 or 3 years after it was launched. So it does take time. I want to mention to people that we have started a timer for one of the 2 teams who is not yet fully here. Hopefully they do show up in time, but if an eventual forfeit comes out, don't be like, whoa, what happened here? It's just, hopefully they're all going to show up in time.
Yeah, but don't worry, guys. Automo and I have done I don't worry, right? Because Automo and I have done this before. We have been able to fill and entertain you guys. We are the ball crew there, that I like to call it. Worked pretty well last time. I'm excited to be casting with Automo once again. Have been trying to make it happen. So personally excited. What do you, since we have this bit of a break,
Sure.
what is your prediction regarding TI? We have a lot of surprise entries. For example, Enigma Galaxy, who wasn't really looking all that strong, but did eventually end up making it. You have a team like Team Nemesis, who were completely unknown, but
Yes.
now they're going in as well.
Yeah, I mean, the name is unknown, but they have Akashi, Raven. Yeah. Raven at one point was a massive carry player. I remember he was one of my favorite player in the carry role in Southeast Asia, because he was playing like a Monkey King and Morphling, and it was him and 23 Savage. And I think there's a funny story about them where they both asked the same girl out on a date, and they were coming up on a match, and she said, "I will go out with the guy who wins the match," which is just what you want from a romantic partner. She'll be like, "I'll go out with the more successful man." You're like, that's love right there. So I like Team Nemesis. But going into TI, it's nice to see Wildcard and almost all-American team going to compete there. That's great that the region has representation. I don't have much hope for Enigma Galaxy. It's probably Paravision, Spirit, and Tundra, I think, are the big 3, if you want to go with. Like Liquid could win another TI, but Liquid always seems stable but not extraordinary, and I don't know why that makes me think of them as less somehow.
They are looking a bit shaky, I will say. Paravision looking extremely strong.
Yep.
Enigma Galaxy, of course, a sentiment. I mean, I feel I have mixed feelings about Enigma Galaxy, honestly. I want to see Sumail, Noob, Umar succeed, right? But are they going to? I really don't have that high of a hope for them to go very far, but here's hoping they'll surprise me. But something that I wanted to ask is, do you think the Southeast Asia should have gotten a direct invite to TI? Because I personally do think that the region at least deserves one direct invite, if nothing else.
But we still ended up getting 2 slots, right? Like if we had gotten 1 direct invite and 1 open qualifier or close qualifier or 2 close qualifiers, is there much of a difference? Like apart from Dream League 2026, Southeast Asia did not have great performances. Dream League probably was around the time that they were making the invites anyway. I'm not quite sure, but it does feel like if you have a couple of open slots from invites, that's fine. That's as good as 1 invite and 1 1 qualifier. See how it works out. But don't worry. We still have about 5 minutes left. Oh yay, awesome. I think all the players are here, so should go into the draft in just a little bit. All right, just in time.
I was really looking forward to casting. It's pretty fun, honestly. Watching great Dota is, at the end of the day, I was actually before this I was actually tuned into PGL Wallachia anyway, so like my day was started off with having breakfast and then tuning into Dota, and then I get to finish off my night with all of you guys watching, and again finish it off with some Dota. Like this is the dream, Arjun.
See, if someone else would have been like, we could have finished off together at night. But we don't say that. We're keeping it very professional, right? Yeah, but the two teams are here. One hero I remember again, like I've talked to the coach of Execration, and one hero he says that would be very popular, and they've been playing a lot, is the Venomancer position 4. And I was looking at the item build, they actually go Orchid first item, so which is really cool. I don't think we're gonna see Venomancer here, but have
the
you
jungling Venom, right?
No, well, you don't really jungle so much because you're not as effective as before. You can actually go to the lane and you're efficient now. Because before you used to put the plagues on you, so you go to a camp and but now you have to put them on the ground, but they do more damage, which is nice. So you put an Orchid, you put damage over time, and it works really well. So I'd like to see more of that Venomancer.
Definitely, but another thing which we were discussing is a cheese strategy that to start it off, I would say is not the most ideal thing. Perhaps you want to be saving your cheese strategy for some of the later matches. You do have to play 4 more best of 3s, right?
Yep.
And since only one team is going to go forward, I would imagine that you have to win at least 3 of those best of 3s if you want to be qualifying forward,
Yep.
right? So I expect to see some traditional Dota or these early best of 3s, and then if we have some kind of cheese strategy, then that should be saved for last.
It reminds me, I was doing, I think, ESL Thailand, something like 3 or 4 years ago. And I really resonated with what you're saying just now, because the grand finals, it was Thunder Predator versus whatever. Quinn was on, Quincy Crew, I think. And like Quincy Crew opens up with a standard draft, support Bane and Spirit Breaker, mid Storm Spirit. And the other team was like, no, we're going to open up with mid Rubik, an offlane Templar Assassin. Like they were cooking too hard. And game 1, then they did the same thing game 2, and they got demolished. And then game 3, they had a normal draft, and it was the most competitive, but it was 3-0. And when you're saying like, yes, you don't want to start off too crazy at the beginning. You kind of want to get a little bit of a feel, play a bunch of normal games, then be like, okay, guys, we're winning a lot, let's try something new, or we're losing a lot, let's change things up. But it's crazy if you're like, oh, guys, come on, support Slark, carry Crystal Maiden, off-lane Lina. It's like, no, let's not do that. Let's give it some time.
But yeah, I mean, there was a bit of a period where, again, the things you were mentioning, I do think that it was in the experimentation stage of when a draft comes out and you don't really know what's good. But now, we do have some stable picks, I think, at least as far as I'm seeing, right? In PGL Wallachia, I'm not really seeing something out of the ordinary. So I'm hoping we get to see more of that. But at the end of the day, someone figures out something, a niche pick that works really well, right? And it catches everyone off guard. And no one seems to have a response to that. So what I'm interested in is whether or not we're going to be seeing that today, or if not today, whether we see that for the African qualifiers. I don't know how much these teams scrim against each other. I imagine it must be a fair bit, because at the end of the day, if you qualify and if you make it to the big stage, I believe Iesf does hold for their LAN a very hefty prize pool.
Yeah, we don't know what it is yet. We don't know where the LAN is going to be, but hopefully all those details will come out later. But yeah, it's like you want to go really far. It's very worth your time and effort to make it. And your point about some broken item hero, could be also broken item. Wraith Pact, when it came out, was ignored for a long time, and then at the TI itself, there was in the beginning, Wraith Pact was bought 8% of the game, and then once we were past the group stage into the playoffs, it was picked up in 60%. So teams were like, holy shit, holy crap, this item is very strong. We could see this with Gleipnir as well, which is something that I think is very strong, but we don't know the best combinations with it in terms of heroes.
Definitely, but let's.
No, I know. I saw that too. We just got an oops. Oh yeah. Oh, I think I know why. I think because he said something that he shouldn't say. There you go. That one.
It wasn't me.
They're gonna be they'll be like, fire the bald guy, and I'll be like, I have hair.
So. I also have some hair. It's on my beard. I have more hair on my beard, and we don't know who has more hair on the head, unfortunately. Fortunately.
Probably you. Look, my hair is in a state of migration. You know, it's moving from the north to the south, so it's all good.
But I mean, I'm bald from both my parents' side, right?
Oh,
so
dear.
it's not. I'm not.
You never had a
optimistic.
chance. Yeah, you never had a chance, man.
Yeah.
And, it's like when you get married, you'll be like, "Let me look at your family tree. Oh, you got good hair. I'll marry you." You know, like that's how it should be. Like some people do. If you win a match in Dota, you can get a date with some people, right? You should do the same thing.
More so in Southeast Asia. I mean, you remember the time when in China, of course, I don't have a lot of information in China. I would love to visit someday, but in China, esports athletes are actually considered superstars.
Oh yeah.
Right? So it's very much possible over there if you are a superstar in esports, then you are pretty much a celebrity.
Oh yeah. By the way, I've been in China, and although I wasn't able to like see as much as I can, but yeah, in some places like there's Ramses was in a Head and Shoulders commercial, right? At some point. So if you are big enough, you are a celebrity in your field, which is kind of cool. I like that. It's becoming more mainstream. You know, I can be like, look, mom and dad.
I could be in a Head and Shoulders commercial.
Yes, but only heads. Just heads.
Only
no shoulders.
Heads? I was going to say only shoulders. The head doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, I feel like it's like head to shoulders is hair, but we're just going to stick to the head region here, as we are still like getting everything ready. I think we're almost actually past the grace period, but we're being very nice. We're giving them a little bit more. Hopefully, they'll be here on time. By the way, oh, I just realized you have Doctor in your name for your Twitter. That's very cool.
Yeah, I actually ended up changing, and in fact, I like to believe I spent a lot of time learning editing. So my YouTube is also the Dota doc. So
of course, okay,
yeah. I'm still working on the material for my casting, in introducing medical innuendos and stuff like that. Haven't really gotten far because it turns out medicine is, in fact, very boring.
Is it?
Still still working on it.
Also, my wife is a doctor, so I'm also like that. And when she brings, she tries to make jokes with medicine, and I'm like, I don't get it because it's like some sort of drug name that I don't understand. And she's like, yo, do you know what's the orthopedics, right? Are these the bone guys, the orthopedics people, ortho, right?
Yeah, those are the bone guys.
Yeah, they're like
joints. Yeah.
And she shows me reels, and she's like, all they do is they come in with chainsaws and break bones and cut people and cut stuff like. I'm like, I don't know if that's a joke or not because I don't know the field.
Not gonna lie, that is pretty funny.
For you, for me, I don't know anything about medicine. It's just like that, but that's how it works for her. Doctor.
The thing is, medicine sucks your soul. Okay, you have nothing left. So like, even an ounce of
humanity,
funny, right? Just even the bare minimum is enough to have you on the floor, laughing, unable to breathe. Yeah. So there is that. The bright side,
No, the problem is that when I'm with her, and she's like, "Look at this, and it's funny." And she showed me the video, and she's looking at my face, and I don't think the video is funny. And I'm like, "Oh God, I have to like smile now, pretend it's funny." Oh, doctors, man. Oh, whatever you do. Don't marry a doctor, because if you're both doctors, you'll get sick of talking with each other. That's just how it works.
I don't. I mean, personally, over here we have to work 30-hour shifts, so not looking forward to that. But I believe you noticed something is the game about to start.
Yeah, because I think they're saying may not be in the lobby. I'll ask just to make sure they're saying broadcast can't be in lobby, but that's. I thought the rules might have been different, but we'll just wait for them and confirm. Then can you imagine? I delay the game. They'd be like, "Could you get out? We would want to start." Okay, all right, I can confirm.
Imagine if you started casting, but turns out you were in the wrong lobby at the time, right? Because there are 3 matches going on.
I got the right one. Don't worry. I have the. No, by the way, I swear I was about to click leave lobby, and then they were like, "You're kicked from the lobby." I'm like, "Damn." Gee, very efficient is how we're gonna go with this. All right, I think the other 2 matches have begun. We were praising the teams for being on time 30 minutes ago. 30 minutes ago, we were saying they were on time. Oh, now
But it's okay, honestly, I don't mind waiting. Obviously, tournament rules and everything, you have to abide by them. You have to have a show, you have to make things proper as well. Luckily, I'm not the admin, right? Because I would give teams infinite amounts of time to come in. But
all right.
Yeah.
Looks like I've been ordered to go back into the lobby. I had left the lobby, now I'm going. But this is how you know you're getting the live performance, right? It's all happening right now. There's no, we'll see how it goes. Oh, all right. 1 second while I join the lobby. But yeah, I recently talked to a big coach, and it was very insightful to see how how people see it. It's very interesting when they're like, we want to go to land. Land's very different from being in like a normal game, as we're Nigeria versus. There we go. In. There we go. Oh, and everyone's got an icon on them. That's pretty cool. Why is it that so much of gaming is also anime related? Like when you go in and 6 out of 10 of the posters are an anime character. I'm pretty sure that's from a show I've watched or two. So how come there's such an overlap, Doctor? You tell us.
I think it's this back growing up, we were always into video games, into anime, into all sorts of those things that were considered, I think, outliers, right?
Yep.
I mean, I have been made fun of for playing video games so much. It obviously turned out really okay, right?
Of course.
But now that's mainstream, right? Star Wars used to be nerdy, but now it's popular. Now it's the cool thing to do, if you're a Star Wars fan, for example, right? So perhaps that's why it's all mainstream, and it's also breaking records. You remember what is that one anime? The one with the flaming sword, Demon Slayer, right?
Okay.
Demon Slayer broke records. Demon Slayer broke Titanic's record, and that is huge.
Wait, was it released in a cinema? Is that why it was breaking records, like as a cinema movie?
Yeah, I think it was. I'm referring to the Demon Slayer movie, the train one. It has a Japanese name, so I can't really pronounce it all that well, but
but
the highest grossing movie, right, breaking Titanic's record. That's no small feat.
No, I was like, don't try to pronounce it. Some people will be like, no, he said it's wrong. It's pronounced this way. We are getting the lobby underway. We are having slight connection issues. Someone called the Big Doctor is having trouble making it there. Ugh. Mm-hmm.
That's understandable, man. Maybe he's dealing with an emergency. You don't know. You can't. This is why a lot of people complain about their doctor being late. You don't know what's going on. Perhaps they're dealing with an emergency. Perhaps they're costing a Dota game, and that's why they're not there on time. Who knows?
They'll be like, oh, was it gunshot? It's fine. It's fine. Which part of the body? Foot? Yeah, it's alright. I'll be there with it. Let me just win my MMR, which is very important.
Oh man, that's actually, I have contemplated this. What if, I'm sitting in my clinic, have time to kill. My next appointment is in 30 minutes.
Oh no.
Do I queue or do I not queue?
Not 30. No, 30 is too risky. Like if me and my wife are going out of the house, I'm not queuing 30 minutes. I'm queuing 45 because until it's like 5 minutes to find the game, then they're like 5 to sort of get the game started. And remember, you also have that 1 minute and a half added. Like even if the game ends at 35, it's actually 36 and a half. So there's a lot that you don't take risks.
I think the drafting time for Dota has, I recall Cinderin talking about it, ironically today only, right, where Valve is experimenting with changing things up for the drafting bit, because at the end of the day, fans like to watch heroes kill each other, right?
Yes.
They don't necessarily like to watch the draft, and it's an interesting balance that doesn't really exist in other games out there, because in Dota, draft matters a lot. So you can't actually take the drafting out, but you can't exactly keep it in for so long, right? Right now, it takes about, I believe, 10 to 15 minutes for a draft to come through, which is quite a bit of time.
Just making sure I'm in the right place. Oh, there we go. Yes, it does. It's like because the drafting sometimes takes up to 20 minutes, which is crazy. Like this is some games have already ended, by that part. Like Dota is very slow, but I also love that because it gives you so much nuances. I've been to tournaments where there's like a bunch of games that are like, okay, we're gonna be doing StarCraft, followed by Hearthstone, followed by Dota, or something like that. So then, I'm like, okay, Hearthstone finals is beginning, guys. Let's go get some food. By the time I walk from the place to the top floor of the mall to order my meal, they're like, come back, the match is over. Dota's about to start. I'm like, what? It's grand finals, best of 7. It's like, nah, it doesn't matter. So, but I like that Dota is long and a bit not slow, but so much happens. It gives you so much comeback potential, which makes it exciting to watch. Oh,
yeah, gives it a very sporty feel. I feel, like an actual, all the big sports out there, they run for past an hour. So that's something. Perhaps we might actually, and this is something that I really do like about the past. You were asking me before. Games are a lot longer now, right? Storms, obviously, game will end within 25 minutes, 20 to 25 minutes. But games going long, we were seeing 40-minute games, 50-minute games. I believe I even saw an 80-minute game just a few days ago. Not exactly sure which one that was, but it did break a record, I believe, for the longest game in Dota.
By the way, I believe we do have the draft actually ready on the way. It's like the lobby is up and running, and we are going to be seeing some of the bans come out. From Nigeria, they banned the TA and the Medusa, whereas for Tunisia, they banned the Ancient Apparition, who, despite getting some nerfs, is still, in my opinion, a very, very strong support. If you can play the Ancient Apparition, is really worth it. As we are going to go to the draft in just a little bit. There we go. Ta-da!
There we have it. The moment is here, and Nigeria banning out, two of the strongest carries in the game. The only hero that's really left is the Morphling. As far as the S tier carries go, meanwhile, Tunisia, they're banning out supports, or unless they think that Nigeria, we're going to be playing a Nature's Prophet as a core. So, interesting.
It's definitely support Nature's Prophet because his Nature's Prophet facet is kind of garbage. But whereas the healing facet is really good, but I don't want my cores to be healing. I want them to be doing damage. So he's almost always played as a support. The ban on Medusa tells me that Nigeria is thinking about Doom as well as Huskar, two heroes that despise playing against Medusa because their damage just kind of is very irrelevant to her. And Puck.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. You normally don't see a lot of Pucks banned out, at least until you have a few picks that are coming in. Normally, the Puck ban is something that you ban out because it's very strong against your mid laner. So I have a feeling, like you mentioned, they can go for the Doom, they can go for heroes like that. So Nigeria may have their lineup already thought of in their minds. Meanwhile, Tunisia, we have yet to see how they're going to respond. But I like this. Normally, we don't get a lot of information about what a team is thinking before a few picks come out. But for Nigeria, they're actually spelling it out for us quite nicely.
Yeah, Tunisia is also sending a signal. They're like, we don't want to deal with global heroes, which is what the AA and the Nature's Prophet give you early on. Now it's going to be first pick. We'll see what Tunisia wants to open up with. They go with the Shadow Shaman, seen as probably the best position for best support at least. So much lockdown, a break. You can lane better with the chicken facet, or you can take the bigger serpent ward, which I prefer for amazing push. Just very, very good hero. On the other side, they take Undying. Also see as well as the best.
And Undying does pretty good against the Shadow Shaman, right? Provided you're able to drop down that Tombstone, so the Shadow Shaman's innate when it comes online, he still ends up dying, right? Provided that the Undying is obviously able to get off that Tombstone. What I'm interested in is whether or not this Undying is going to be a core, or whether this is going to be a position for Undying. That is the big question in my mind.
We'll see about that. I feel like we mostly see Undying as 3 and 5. I haven't seen much 4, but I feel like he is like viable as a 4 for sure. We talked a lot about Doom, and Tunisia actually bans it out, thinking, "Yo, guys, let's not keep that Doom in." They banned out heroes that are bad against Doom, which means that they probably want the Doom for themselves. It's a safe pick, and the Dawnbreaker, which is their third global hero.
Yeah, so they certainly do not want Nigeria to be playing this globalized presence kind of a draft. Meanwhile, they pick up the Shadow Shaman, which doesn't really reveal much other than the fact, you have versatility built into your lineup. You can go whichever way you want. For Nigeria, though, they have spelled something out for us, and that's the fact that they are looking to play aggressive from the get-go. And meanwhile, picking up that Warlock, they're looking to probably have a safe lane that's committed to farming up and an off lane that's committed to being aggressive.
One thing I don't like about Nigeria's duo right now is that there's no lockdown. You know, their lockdown is a big rock. It's a 160-second cooldown, 140, something like that. But it's great for sure. But if you are on the other side, I'm thinking Storm Spirit, something like that. We'll see what they want to go with.
Nigeria do have the option of going for the Phantom Assassin, though. You know, or even the Swen. Right, the fatal bonds coupled up with heroes that deal massive critical strikes is something that overpowers a lot of teams. I wonder if you'll see that, because Tunisia have had the foresight to pick themselves up a Shadow Shaman, which naturally has that break mechanism at that level 15 mark, right? So it's a bit of a counter in that sense.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they go with here. Shadow Shaman, I feel like you'll probably take maybe an Ursa. In general, Ursa is always good, and you can pair it up with the SS, or they go for the Bat Rider. So that's probably their support duo right there.
Unless, I mean, Tunisia can send the Bat Rider towards the mid lane, right? We have seen core Bat Riders as well. And, you know, I saw a Bat Rider with the Hurricane Pike and a Mjolnir built up, and there's instantly 0 to 10 stacks within a few seconds. So, who knows?
I've seen them go for which, but there's Pangolier. That's going to be your mid laner, very likely. Or it could be off and they put the Bat mid. Like, there's definitely flexibility from the Tunisia side, but my gut feeling is that the Bat Rider and Shadow Shaman are supports. The Pangolier is uncontrollable right now for Nigeria. They do need. It's tougher for them right now, I feel like, with the opening that they have.
Yes, particularly because most of the heroes that do well against Pangolier on that mid lane aren't heroes that give you control, right? You can pick yourself up a Queen of Pain, you know, because the Sonic Waves does throw the Pangolier a bit further back, but again, does not offer any stuns, does not offer any disables, and if you go for a flashy mid hero like the Storm, like the Queen of Pain, you're playing against a Hex, an instant cost time Hex, coupled up with a Lasso. And so at the end of the day, any mid laner that you pick up for Nigeria that's designed to create space and designed to get pickoffs early on is going to be threatened by a lot of control coming in from the other side.
Okay, there comes some control, the Lina. I've seen some carry Linas, but I generally feel like this hero is better as a mid. Overall, has a stun, which is nice. Not the best stun in the world, but it's alright. At least we have a stun. And she does pretty well against the Pangolier in the lane as well. So, okay. Again, we might see Lina Undying. Usually Undying pairs very well with a fragile, high damage range hero. Lina, Drow Ranger, things like that.
If they do send the Lina with the Undying, though, they'll have to pick themselves up a tanky mid laner for themselves. Something like the Primal Beast, something like the Timber Saw, something that can provide that front line later on. I do think that the Lina should be going mid, because while the Light Strike Array, the cost time for that means that the Pangolier will eventually get the Rolling Thunder off, it's still not all that bad. And Nigeria go for the Tidehunter, so it's most likely going to be a Tidehunter Undying lane. Lina is going to be going towards the mid side, and the Warlock is at position 5.
Yep, because right now it's like, if I have Tidehunter and Undying, I kind of know which one of these is going to be a support, right? Like, we just don't see Tidehunter support ever. Undying, though, very comfortable in that lane. They're flexing the Lina. They're saying, is it going to be a support or not? They're putting Axe now coming out as an offlane for Tunisia, which, again, puts the Pango mid. They've very much revealed their draft. Both sides very likely need a carry. Nigeria could need a mid, though.
I mean, but the draft from Tunisia is looking pretty strong, right?
Better,
the Axe as well with that call, the Lasso to go in. You have 4 heroes that can initiate on Tunisia, and 4 heroes that can even counter initiate. So for Nigeria, I hope they have their strategy thought out well.
You talked about Sven. There he is. He gets picked up. Now, on the other side, I would have loved to have seen an Ursa, but that's gone. You need some sort of tanky frontline carry sort of hero. Wow! That is extremely risky, picking the sniper. Like,
I mean, multiple heroes from Tunisia that can actually get in towards that backline. It's not just the Batrider and the Pangolier, right? It's also Swen, who is designed to do that with that
yep.
Blink Dagger. Can additionally pick up the Aghanim Scepter as well to go in, to close in a distance. So I very much favor the draft for Tunisia. For Nigeria, it really does feel like they're playing on the back foot. They are relying on a drawn out game where they can keep their sniper and their Lina alive, which I'm not too sure they'll be able to do that.
Yeah, I feel the same way. You're gonna have to sort of like Tidehunter and Undying have to really front line, take a lot of punishment while the sniper and the Lina do damage. Like, yes, you have sort of layers of defense, the Golem, the Ravage, but Tunisia, roll and so on. And we talk about, but there's also so much tankability from Tunisia. Sven, Pango, and Axe are none of them are easy to bring down. On the other side, it's Sniper Lina. Yeah. So
it is a lot of damage. At the end of the day, if Nigeria are able to cocoon their Lina and their sniper with the Tidehunter and the Undying on that front line, you drop the Golem down as well, and the Warlock provides all of that healing. If the sniper and the Lina are able to dish out those last hits, then perhaps they can take down the heroes on Tunisia's side. Because ideally, you only need to take down the Swen and the Pangolier, right? You take those two heroes down, most of the Tunisia's damage does end up dissipating. But whether or not they're going to be able to do that is going to be a whole other question.
I don't know. I think the Warlock also took Champions of Garoth or Gorath, sorry, which is, and I like that facet more actually than the XP. But there's no doubt that's also the slower facet because the book, oh guys, they're gonna go for a fight. Eat the book. I say eat the book, not read the book. Eat the book, and you're just gonna be in a decent spot to fight. So we'll see how it goes. The game should be starting in just a second here. Looks like it's going to be the mid Lina. Or maybe the carry sniper? Can't quite tell exactly, but the Lina is going mid. Oh, here we go. Look at that. That is some nice zoom right there.
We'll have to see where it is going to be a mid Lina.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like that's going to be the most likely option. Top lane is of course going to be the Tidehunter. Tidehunter, I think that wants to go with Warlock. I don't feel like you want to put Warlock and Sniper in the same lane. I much rather...
I mean, the Warlock does have that heal, right?
Yeah.
Sniper, I do think a sniper lane is pretty much very passive, and ideally, in my opinion, you should be having the Undying with the Tidehunter would create for a very aggressive lane. You do have a melee carry over on the other side, so you can overpower the Swen, in my opinion.
Oh, Nigeria needs to be careful there. Oh, Warlock, he's dancing with death.
Yeah, he's dancing with death right now. Perhaps Tunisia just actually go for it. The Swen is going to throw down that Storm Hammer, and the Shackles are going to come in. Zanetti grabbing that first blood.
I mean, it was a very risky spot to be in. They are going to be able to at least get 2 bounty runes for that, though. So it's not the worst thing in the world. But that is going to be first blood being given over to the enemy mid laner. Youch. He already has bottle, by the way. He just buys it right now.
Oh man, that's
a good start.
They actually switched it up. Sniper is actually going towards that mid lane.
That's okay. I mean, no matter, that's fine too. If he goes for all the the passive abilities, he can really do well. But he is not. He's going for shrapnel instead. That's fine. I
suppose it works out better because over on that bot lane, Axe is going to have a difficult time charging in for a Berserker's Call because he is going to get hit by that Light Strike Array.
I suppose so, but like I said, one thing I would love to see from the Axe is that he maxes out his passives rather than going for the shrapnel, just because it's better for you to zone out the Pangolier. But well, we'll see. Observer, can you show us the last hits and denies, if that is at all possible? We would really appreciate that.
Meanwhile, it seems that they have taken your advice. It is going to be an Undying over on that position 5. Meanwhile, you do have that Warlock. I suppose it works because the Batrider is again going to have to make a risky maneuver. But holding that thought Tidehunter towards that top side. They do have that additional HP, but the block on that Shadow Shaman means that he won't be able to get in that last hit, and the Tidehunter is going to be safe.
Very lucky for him. He's also taking Krill Eater, which makes it a bit weaker early on, but of course he scales better. But this is It's scary, right? You have champions of Garroth and you have Krill Eater and you have this team that is maybe not right. They're not gonna get. They're not accelerating very fast, basically. And there's the last hit. Ooh, ooh, that is that's 11-0 to 2-0. That's not good, is it?
Yeah, that's not really all that good. I mean, they do have the lane momentum in their favor very slightly, but it doesn't matter if you can't even make your way to the lane. So far, all three heroes, all three cores from Tunisia are leading a last hit chart and obviously the network chart. But surprising that it's happening over on the bot side too.
By the way, the Warlock has no items, no tangos. Like, he is completely empty on Slick slots, which is something you don't see very often. He is buying boots first on Warlock. All right, that's cool.
It's a strat, man.
Yeah,
You don't know. It's a strat.
Gotta go fast. You know, looks like Hades is gonna be taking a little bit of harass here. Nigeria might be in trouble.
Find the shackle and the two-man Stormhammer. One swipe from the Swen is going to clean the Warlock up. He's going to need the boots of speed to make it back to the lane, that's for sure.
Unfortunately, the courier was almost there with it, so it has to go all the way back to give it to him. Not ideal, as again, Tunisia is now doubling the CS and tripling in some cases of the cores on Nigeria. This is starting to look like a little bit of a mismatch.
Already a 2,000 net worth lead. Another shackle towards that top side. This time the heal from the Warlock is there. He was able to teleport himself towards that top side. The Stormhammer is going to be thrown out too, but there isn't going to be a kill happening this time around for Tunisia.
I think a kill probably on the Lina as well. A big juicy pick off for them. By the way, Kuzi is going for more points in the Stormhammer. We don't see this very often. We see most Svens max out the cleave. But he wants the stun because he's like, yo, I'm getting kills. Let me get some more kills while I'm at it.
And normally you don't really see a Tidehunter lose to a Swen all that often.
Yep.
I mean, you have the passives built in. Tidehunter is very much a hero that should be getting his farm in. But look, at the end of the day, Nigeria have the ability to stack that triangle, and the Tidehunter can recover.
Yes, he can. Although mid lane is also kind of suffering, as we do see the snipers going for max shrapnel and max headshot. This is fine, but in general, like I said, you want to go max, headshot and max take aim so that you can just proc it and hit the person as much as possible. Courier? Oof.
Bot side. I think the Undying's going to die. Yeah, Red Mouse is going to be sent back to the fountain. A mismatch of positioning there with the Lina being zoned out from the Axe. The Undying was just got out of position, and that's not something you want to see happen. At the end of the day, you want your Lina to farm on the safe lane.
Well, he's certainly struggling for now, as they also kill Nigeria at the top lane. 5-0 right now for Tunisia. It is not looking too good, and the problem is, it's like they don't really have tempo. Later on, when they have the Golem and the Ravage, things get a little bit better, but once you use those spells, they don't get kills, you have a big downtime. Even Tombstone is kind of, 70-second cooldown, and Hades dies as well in the top lane.
This is not looking good. Tunisia, I mean, if they have a good start from the laning phase, right, they have massive power spikes that are going to be coming in once your heroes get that Blink Dagger.
Yep. As all of their cores are 30-something CS, all of Nigeria are in between 12 and 19. The denies also from the Axe, 10 denies, really delaying the experience on the Undying and the Lina. Now, if you were Nigeria, what you could consider doing is rotate one of the supports to the other side. Maybe get Undying to go top with a Twin Gate from behind, drop a Tombstone, you can get a kill or two like that.
Certainly seems possible with the Swen hanging around at about half HP, but turns out Nigeria are going to be able to recover very slightly towards that bot side with Ladnod taking down the Axe. Of course, it is going to be a 1-for-1, but Nigeria are going to be more than happy with that. Their safe lane carry finally breaks through over on that bot side.
Well worth it for them to sacrifice Undying for that. As top lane, if I was the Warlock, I'd be thinking, let me just leave. Let me just go, give you solo XP, start stacking. It's not looking like this lane is going very well for them at all. Oh, there you go. He gets a good one.
15 lost hits though, so and he's actually being wrapped around from the Shadow Shaman. He's going to get hits up from the attack. And where is the Shackle? Holding it for now as Kusei lands those hits, lands those swipes. Now there goes the Shackle, but instantly being debuffed, but the Stormhammer comes out as well, and a few more hits is going to be enough to take down Hades, the Ether Shock from Meeseeks to take him down, and he's on a killing spree.
I feel like there's a big misplay coming down from the Warlock. Well, for one, he's not securing the Wisdom Shrine right now. That's a big problem. He's getting it pinged out by Hades, but he's too late. There is a chance he can interrupt him. Can he? Oh, the Shackle!
Oh, no.
Oh,
And the teleport out right in the face of the Warlock. This is an absolute disaster.
No, this is not looking good at all. And the thing is, like, he's also taken only 1 point in heal, and he's using it offensively rather than to keep the Tidehunter healthy. So Nigeria is just not bringing it. Nigeria, the player, by the way, the Warlock, is not bringing it for the team at the moment. Well,
and Sherlock needs to be careful on this mid lane, right? The Pangolier can jump on that sniper at any time he wants, and like you mentioned, there aren't that many levels on Shadow Ward, right? So even if you bring in the Warlock through a teleport, he's not going to be providing that much healing.
And by the way, he's got no mana as well on Nigeria. This is we're seeing this problem, like they're not buying stat items and regeneration items. As you get better in Dota, you realize I need to always have at least half my mana pool to use my spells and teleport and things like that. But going boots first with nothing else, well, doesn't give you that. As Dead Mouse.
Oh, Red Mouse, though, he stepped a bit too far forward. The Light Strike Array was there and Tombstone down, but it's not going to be enough. Red Mouse is going to fall, and the lasso from the Batrider grabbing Platinot. But I suppose it was just thrown out so that Axe could make his escape there. A 1-for-1, though, as the Warlock fell over on the other side. Or rather, it's a 2-for-1.
2 for nothing. They didn't lose anything.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Wow, that's, yeah. Heroes falling over on both sides of the map. And we don't see, this doesn't happen all that often. The position 4 being on a dominating streak 9 minutes in.
It's a to be fair, it's a Batrider, right? Like, Batriders do get kills early on quite well for themselves. But you are right that it's looking pretty grim at the moment. But there is CS at least on the Lina and the Sniper. Like, they are not dirt poor or anything like that. They have some gold on them.
They have recovered quite nicely, though.
Yep.
Because Lina, like you mentioned, you know, she might just overtake the Pangolier in terms of lost hits. So Sniper also has 40 plus CS. So at the end of the day, if they're going to be able to farm, they should be able to do well. Top side, though, Meeseeks being gushed down, slowed down through a rotation with Sherlock, and the Assassinate is going to grenade, but they weren't able to chase at the Shadow Shaman, and he was just going to walk away. Bit of miscoordination.
Yeah, they had a shrapnel charge as well. The first shrapnel charge missed. It was like way over on the right where it shouldn't have been. And oh my god, it is mistakes are being made. Let's go with that.
Particularly as
oh my lord.
They do not like that. They do not like that illusion, man. They wanted to take it down at all costs. Of course, I'm only kidding. I do think that they thought that illusion was the real deal, but Nigeria so far, mistakes on that top side and mistakes over on that bot lane. Meanwhile, Tunisia aren't going to be making all that many mistakes. Going in on Hades with that God Strength is going to be enough to take that Tidehunter down.
1-11, Lasso in the bottom lane, Undying, gets pushed back. Will he die? Doesn't even need an axe call at the end as another, victory coming out here for Tunisia. Oh, and then another victory coming out for Tunisia.
Certainly playing very well, I will say, recognizing the fact that both the Laguna Blade and the Tombstone was down, so they're able to go in. The Pangolier recognizing that it's not going to be much help, and there it looks like a 4th win for Tunisia.
And another
and
win.
A mega kill. Yeah. And the shadow and the wards are placed down, so they might as well take a tower. These are wins all over.
Win percentage is 76 for Tunisia. I wouldn't be so generous for Nigeria. I feel like this is looking like a 5% chance with the way the game's going. 1-15 They don't have Ravage. They do not. Oh, Ravage is almost online, but the Golem still is a full level for Warlock.
Yeah, and the supports from Tunisia are level 7 right now. Meanwhile, your position 3 is suffering, or rather struggling to even hit that position.
Whoa.
Or that level 6 mark. Meanwhile, you have Zanetti taking bounty runes all over.
Ooh, that was interesting. I'm not sure who Tunji is, but Hades, he's telling someone, he's like, yo, let me solo. Maybe he's telling Tunisia, he's like, guys, come on, give me some room. As
oh man. Sniper falling over on that mid lane, and Nigeria were doing a good job at recovering, right? They were closing in on that CS, but unfortunately, that lead has been taken away. They have taken down the sniper twice, so anything that he gained, he has lost. And Tunisia, having taken down that tier 1 tower towards that top side, frees up their supports to make these rotations. Right now, it's Shadow Shaman on the prowl towards that bot lane.
He also has his ultimate coming out in just like 10 seconds. Nice smoke as well, in case they walk through a ward. Looks like Red Mouse doesn't know that plant. Can they get it? Close.
Going to chase towards that Lina though. Inside of that tier 1 tower, a 2-man call, a lasso on that Lina as well, and it's going to be 2 heroes. The fall.
Sniper.
Maybe just end up being 3. A sniper is here and he's all alone, taking so much damage from the ward. There's another shackle, and the sniper, nowhere to go, is going to get culled and sent back to the fountain.
Oh, they had TPs on both the Warlock and the Tidehunter. Tidehunter at least could have considered showing up there, throwing up a Ravage, but we are just seeing an absolute beatdown. All right. Let's make a bet, friendly. Will we see the 3-2-2 score?
Perhaps.
I feel like it's not gonna happen, but all right, we'll see. Pladnot going for that Maelstrom. It's nice, it's good damage, helps him farm, but right now it's just looking like there's no room on the map to get any space.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not all that often you see a 1-20 score come about. 14 minutes in, 15,000 of a net worth lead. Tunisia are going all out, and it might be one of those very quick games.
Yes, but to be fair, 120 is a common score when I play pubs. Usually, I'm on the one.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Now, talk me through the recovery plan, though. What can Nigeria possibly do, if anything, to switch things up?
Looks like we're going to be losing Sherlock Holmes. The recovery plan is that you use all your ultimates with a tombstone on top. You have great control with Ravage and Golem. I would think the best thing you could do is stick S5 and go for a tower. Force them to come to you. Your ultimates are massive at this point. Oh no! Please don't Ravage. Please don't Ravage. Please don't Ravage. Please don't Ravage.
Might be forced to if he wants to stick around and stay alive, but... Yeah, there he goes. He drops the Ravage, and it's actually dealt a bit of damage, but unfortunately there was no follow-up, so he's just going to end up falling. Tunisia taking down 4 heroes and making it out of there with all of their lives is not looking good. And Ottomo, you brought up a very interesting point, right? And this recent play highlights that point. If there was any kind of follow-up with that Ravage, Nigeria would have been able to break through Tunisia's lineup.
Imagine if you had a tombstone during that Ravage Golem, or you had a sniper throwing out hits the whole time. Unfortunately, because that's why I didn't want him to Ravage. I was like, at one point I was thinking, oh, maybe he might get a kill, but it's just Tide and Warlock. Ravaging in that situation, you have, like you said, no follow-up, no one to clean up after you get that damage comes out, as Nigeria is dead again.
A Diffusal Blade, and he's already well on his way towards crafting that Aghanim Scepter. And once he gets that, I mean, Tunisia's power spikes, they're very strong, right? You look at these heroes and each and every single item boosts their offensive ability significantly. And for Nigeria, they do have a pretty good high ground, though.
I suppose that's something, but it's not like they have good team fight. We haven't seen a good team fight, right? Like, theoretically, yes, their high ground's pretty damn solid, but will we see a good high ground defense out of them? I don't know. As Zanetti, he's just saying, yo guys, it's 16 minutes. Let's start hitting some of these buildings. Tombstone's dropped. Probably gonna be enough to force him back.
Yeah, Red Mouse is on that high ground. The rest of Nigeria aren't really in place though. Tunisia seem like they want to be contesting Hades, who is TPing, and the Stormhammers gets dropped down. The Napalm to send him flying back, but it seems like Tunisia aren't looking to commit quite just yet.
Good use of the Fortify, by the way, ensuring that, like they weren't going to dive tower, they're all going to take damage. Meeseeks is still not strong enough to take that. But no Ravage, no Golem. How long until these two spells show up? Ravage in 20, Golem in 25. So soon, but maybe not soon enough to defend this tower.
But Nigeria, they're heading towards their triangle though, and there is an axe over there, and the rest of Tunisia aren't too far off, so Nigeria really have to be careful. They need to wait for their cooldown, but it seems like Tunisia are not going to allow this Rolling Thunder to go off. The lasso on that sniper is going to mean the death of him. Red Mouse has also fallen, and they do have their Ravage up, but it comes at a cost. They no longer have the necessary follow-up, and it seems like the Tidehunter is also going to be sent flying back.
Oh, they're going to be losing the Warlock here as well. Undying comes back instantly because of his innate, but he's straight away buried. Oh, Lord. Where Lina is farming, but don't know how useful that's going to be. Dude, they just ran out.
Not worry. Yeah, it's...
Sorry, you go.
I will say, though, Nigeria have gotten 1 kill. That is a win. You know, in the grand scheme of things, when you take a look at the score, you wouldn't really expect Nigeria to be able to do anything, but they were able to grab that one. But now, pretty soon, in a few minutes, they're going to be confined to their high ground as they only have 1 tier 2 tower remaining. Tunisia can go for the Roshan because of the fact that there is an amplified damage rune also available for them.
I feel like that's almost a mean thing to say. Like, look at that. Like, guys, look. Nigeria has 1 kill. Like, no, just 1. But, hey, it's not over yet. And I do still believe if they can get all their spells off, they're not going to win the game. No, that's not happening. But they could get a couple of, a decent trade, a decent, fight at least.
I do think that even with this kind of disadvantage, they do have a solid shot at that high ground.
Yes, I suppose so. The problem is only Lina is even in the top, in the net worth. Sniper and Tidehunter are below the enemy supports. They are poor. Poverty Street. Very poor. Well, we'll see how it goes as Tunisia. This is going to be the last tier 2 they can go for. Well, they catch a Warlock.
Yeah, they catch the Warlock and 2 heroes with that swashbuckle caught out. The Rolling Thunder for good measure, and Sherlock Holmes goes down too. They've lost a core, they've lost a support, and they're going to be losing this tier 2 tower.
Nigeria definitely is not playing on the same page. Like, you can see that Undying and Lina were bottom defending. Tidehunter sort of in the base. While 2 of them show their faces. That's a very risky move to do if you're not prepared to go all in and defend. It's 132.
They do have their ultimates, but we have yet to see that coordination that has been missing. The Tombstone is going to be dropped down, so that will at least put Tunisia back on the back foot just for a little bit. But
yep.
I don't see them going anywhere, though. I don't see them retreating.
No. It's if they go for Roshan so that they can all in on the high ground, end the game quick. Tunisia, they know that they're in the lead. They can see the score. They know how strong they are. They can see their supports are level like 12, and the enemy supports are level 6. 14 actually. 14 and 12 to the 6 and 7. Insane. Well, in the meantime, this is just looking like Sherlock Holmes gets picked off again. It's 1-33. Tunisia continuing to show off like their incredibly superior mechanical skills right now. Dominating the lane and into dominating the game right now. They do seem... Oh, they killed Nigeria. They do seem to be playing a little bit with their food at the moment. I think they could go high ground or go Roshan end it, but they're like, let's enjoy the victory while we're having it. Wisdom Shrine picked up by Hades. That's nice. Gives them a little bit of a boost, but still so far behind. Undying, he's maxed out Decay now. Tombstone, so it's not the best for team fight, but if he can live... Oh no, Lina! Lassoed! Murder!
Yeah, lassoed, and with a Stormhammer coming in as well, a wicked 6-3, Gladnod going down. This looks like where Tunisia finally make a move towards that high ground.
Yep. They've been very half-half on this. They're like, we don't want to go high ground, but we're not taking Roshan. And they use a Fortify. Oh, bit of an awkward timing. As God Strength is used, snakes are dropped, bottom tower is just gone. Saltress, give me some good news for Nigeria fans.
I mean, the good news is that this is the best of 3.
Oh.
And as the Swan goes in, I mean, he takes down the Warlock in just about 2 hits. 2 hits for the Undying, too. There's not much to be had over here.
Rax's ranges are gone. Buyback is forced from Nigeria, but again, there's Tombstone is also killed. Oi, my lord, can he kill him? No, Golem. Oh. Oh, wow.
But the Ravage coming in and the Laguna Blade is going to clean the Swen up. Tunisia did not see that one coming. Of course, they do have a response. Zanetti will be able to clean Sherlock Holmes. And it's not going to be a major win for Nigeria, but at the end of the day, it's still something that they've been able to find. Of course, Lina is going to get lassoed up. Tunisia, they're not falling back just because they don't have their carry. A shackle on Pladnod, he's going to end up falling, and they're probably going to be able to run down the Tidehunter. In fact, actually, he's just going to be able to go back.
Yep, it is too chunky as... Oh, a pause comes out. All right. I guess... I mean, do you really need... You're just hitting barracks at this point. What do you need everyone here for? There's not even a disconnect. But it looks like the two teams are... Well, we're paused. We'll wait if Admin says anything. Platinum's like, what? Is there no disconnect? What's going on, guys? Either way, phone call. Not. You're in the Iesf qualifiers. You mute your phone at that point. Well, there is some damage on the Lina thanks to the Maelstrom Falcon Blade, and that's kind of it. All right, he's ready. The phone call is done.
That was a very quick phone call.
Right?
That was...
Mom, I'm qualifying. Not now. You know, I'll buy it later. Well, that's going to be that barracks gone. 31,000 at 23 minutes. They'll have Golem once the Warlock is up, and he is up right now, so that does give them a bit of team fight. We can see that they bursted the Sven just now with the amount of damage they have. So there is damage, it's just not coming out, you know?
31,000 of a net worth lead. I mean, they do have the damage, but not sure if it's going to be enough to take out everyone, right? You have a lot of tanky heroes over on the other side from Tunisia, and you also have the potential of Roshan. It's still there in the Roche pit. I think Tunisia are going to realize this. The Swen is going to go in.
But you know, yeah, because he's the one who died, right? Can you imagine? He's like, I don't want my KDA to be garbage. You know, I don't want it to be 10, 2, and 8. It has to be, you know, I don't want to die anymore. There is a smoke from Nigeria, but I don't think they're going the right place right now. As yep, Roshan's just gonna fall for nothing here. Favor of Tunisia.
Yeah, but against an Aegis, a 6v5 fight doesn't really seem like it's going to be possible. Swen is at the cusp of that satanic. But it's going to be one last Hail Mary play for Nigeria if they play their cards right.
Sherlock Holmes started the game with 2 Wraith Bands. He actually sold the Wraith Bands so he can finish the Maelstrom. That's usually a bad sign if you're selling your stat items like that. As oh, that's an ulti wasted from the Undying.
Yeah, that's not
ideal.
Oh man, you don't have the Ravage up either, so
it's gonna be up in a bit though.
God Strength activated. Swen is going to fling himself past that tier 4, but not going to be able to find anything. Of course, Warlock dropped down the Golem in perhaps a desperate attempt to get away, but it's going to give Tunisia the space to whack at these racks and perhaps go for the mega creeps.
Yeah, they want to make sure the Titan stays alive. He gets lassoed up, but he does have that Kraken, so it does dispel. Ravage is up, but can they kill? They do. They bring down the axe. A huge kill for them.
Yeah, but the Stormhammer from Kusei, they still need to find a way to deal with that Swen though, as he's dealing massive damage with those cleaves. They did find the second kill on Tunisia, though the Batrider is down. There is no more God strength, so Tunisia are going to be going back.
Honestly, not too bad. You got some. Each one of these kills was worth what? Dude, the axe kill by himself was worth 2,500 gold. The Batrider was worth 1,600 gold. They made 4,000 gold just from killing these two. That is, like, it's kind of hard to emphasize just how massive that is as a kill.
Radiant's middle barracks.
I have scenes that have been turned around. I have seen games that have been turned around with this kind of a lead deficit, right?
Okay.
But haven't seen too many competitive games go that way though. So it might be a first if Nigeria are able to pull this one off. It will certainly be a miracle.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to describe it. There's nothing less than a miracle to get Nigeria back in the game. But they just turned the 31,000 deficit into 28, but it's going to go up to 29 right after this kill. Solo kill, Shadow Shaman. Oh my lord. Still, can they get him? And they get the Shadow Shaman. Worthwhile so far.
They were able to find the Shadow Shaman, but the Swen just deals so much damage. The Rolling Thunder as well, and it's going to be a full team wipe. Kusei on an ultra kill. Tunisia not going to give Nigeria the break, at least in game number 1. Will be heading towards that throne ideally.
Oh, come on.
And it's going to be Kusei with the Rampage.
Wow.
That night, he hasn't thrown out the GG. He's thrown out the well played, but he's still holding on towards that GG.
He's like, I don't want to say anything. Oh my god. This is a beatdown as they are just going for... It's hard to say anything. Tunisia is just killing it as GG is called. Alright.
Yeah, that's going to be GG. Game number 1 goes in favor of Tunisia, and Otimo, despite of the fact that there isn't a lot of information available on both of these teams, I do think that we can say that Tunisia does seem like the stronger team, right? From the way that they played from the get-go through that laning phase, winning all 3 lanes, winning the last hits as well. It really seemed like Nigeria didn't have a chance, but I am a big believer in the underdog, and I'm personally hoping that Nigeria can mount up a comeback. What do you think?
I don't believe that's really gonna be happening, as there's actually an argument happening right now when someone on Nigeria is canceling the GG. Once GG, but it doesn't matter, by the way. For Tunisia, they shouldn't worry. In the rulebook, it says the moment GG is called, that team has won. So, like, that doesn't matter. Nigeria has already, Tunisia has already won this match. As our admin's like, yo, stop doing that. It's gonna only take them, an additional 15 seconds to end the game.
Yeah, I don't think Tunisia were ever worried. They're on the throne. They have a 40,000 net worth lead.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh.
Might see another Rampage. Yeah, there's the Rampage as well. Kusei with a double Rampage to finish this game off, punishing Nigeria for cancelling that GG call. And in the end, it's not even going to matter. Tunisia take this game number 1.
In very convincing fashion, 6-54 in favor of them. Winner comes out. I'm like, yeah, you guys might win more than one. It does feel like we might be seeing a very quick 2-0. We saw it from the beginning of the draft. We're like, what a nice draft. Balance. Everyone's got some sort of control. Multiple BKB facing abilities. Huge lockdown from the supports, and very tanky. On the other side, we were not feeling this Lina sniper duo. The laning phase went terribly. It's just Tunisia coming out massively ahead. Well, this gives me this gives me a chance to look at some of the ranks of the players, and let me tell ya, they're not good ranks on one side. There is a massive difference on the two teams. Like, there is, okay, for Nigeria, 3 of them are unranked and 2 of them are Guardian. On Tunisia, one Ancient, 1 Divine, and 3 Immortals. One of them with a number. So, big difference between the two teams in experience.
There may be a big difference, but, the optimistic thing is Tunisia do seem like they have a chance to go a lot further in this tournament. Do seem like they are one of the better teams in group number A. Certainly a ranked Immortal player. At the end of the day, even if they don't qualify with a strong enough performance, and this is why every team should be giving it their all, this is the international stage.
Yep.
Organizations may be looking at these players, right?
Yes.
Organizations may be looking to pick up some of these players, and if you give out a convincing enough performance, you may be lucky enough to get drafted.
Exactly. I think also, even if you're getting stomped for Nigeria, you can still learn a lot, right? Like these, games, you're like, oh my god, I messed up here, here, here. I've never been punished for it before, but now I can see how bad it is. I won't make this mistake again.
But here's hoping that we're going to see at least. I know, two players that are Guardians. It's nearly impossible for Nigeria to actually win against a team that has a ranked Immortal and has Divine and Ancient players, but I suppose anything can happen.
Yes, sometimes when I hear things like that, I'm like, man, some people have a lot more hope and like good thoughts than me. Maybe I'm just a negative person. I'm like, yeah, I guess, sure, we could go with that, but it just seems like it will be much. It's so hard to the point of being impossible. You know what I mean? Like that's how hard it is. It just doesn't seem very likely in any way. But we can also just look at Tunisia and see how they're playing and learn a lot from them, because that was phenomenal. Everything that they were able to do, they rushed Blink Daggers of their initiators with the Axe, the Shadow Shaman, as well as the Bat Rider, caught multiple people online. Off guard. Sven went for maxing out the stun so he can kill more people, which is a great adjustment. He's like, I'm winning, why should I farm? So it's really clever fun to do that.
Definitely. And one aspect that we haven't talked about is when there is this big of a skill discrepancy between two sides, one of the teams tends to start fooling around, right? And perhaps Tunisia feel a bit too comfortable with the skill gap that currently exists between these two teams. So on the off chance that they, start going for a Techies pick or a Pudge pick, perhaps that's the way that Nigeria can come back.
That would be interesting. I mean, sometimes that ends up biting them in the butt. Like you said, they get too aggressive, but sometimes they are able to like play even more aggressively and finish the game even quicker. But we're gonna see. We're gonna take a little bit of break. We've been on for a while actually, so we're gonna take about 10-minute break. Come back with Game 2 of Tunisia versus Nigeria. We'll see you guys in just a bit. Hello and welcome back to the African qualifiers for Iesf. We're doing Northern Africa between Tunisia as well as Nigeria. First match was a bit of a stomp in favor of Tunisia, and I feel like that's gonna happen, but who knows? Nigeria, they could come out swinging. I'm Otomo. Join me is Tultris. Tultris is the eternal optimist. He will tell you 15 different ways of Nigeria winning, none of which will happen. Isn't that right, Doctor?
None of which will happen, but all of which can happen. That's the difference, Otomo.
Yes. It's like there are so many ways for me to be a millionaire, yet none of them will be happening, right? That's just basically how it's gonna work out. It was pretty bad in game one. Do you think there's any sort of like big thing that Tunisia did to win the game? Any big mistake that Nigeria did? Like what was sort of what's your big takeaway from the match, Doctor?
I just think that Tunisia just played the game overall very well. Even in a situation where you were to reverse these drafts, right? Yep. I think that Tunisia would have won with the sniper and the Lina as well.
Yep.
So for Nigeria, I mean, I am at the end of the day an optimist because personally, we've gone through it before in the show. I love the game, so I would personally love to see a third game come about. But the only way that will happen is if Tunisia slip up, and they're going to have to make a major slip up for that to happen.
Yeah, like they say, hey guys, I have an idea. Let's play with our feet. Be like, that's a good one. Let's make it challenging.
Or like Warlock, show up with no inventory.
Yes.
Show up, just with brown boots.
And that was kind of crazy. That was kind of crazy to watch. But then you see his rank is Guardian 1, and you're like, I can imagine that might work for you. But all right, everyone is in the lobby. We'll be starting the draft very soon. I would like to see them go for a bit more tanky draft on Nigeria's side. Again, nothing they do right now is going to change that they're going to get 2-0. That's kind of like written in the books. But what they can do is learn a lot from it and draft better, take the lanes better. Unfortunately, I expect Tunisia is going to play more aggressive in game 2 and not give them much chance to learn anything.
To be fair, it's not every day where you get to play against a ranked immortal, right? Particularly if you are nowhere close to that rank. So at the end of the day, Nigeria are still going to come out with a lot more experience than most players have, and that's where the spirit of competition comes in. It'll happen. And what's to say that this doesn't exist on a tier 1 stage, right? Sure, the team that places in 16th has ranked immortal players, but does anyone really stand a chance against Parry Vision? Doesn't Parry Vision make everyone look like Guardians anyway?
No, because there's still other stuff that they can do, like other teams that can compete. No, but by the way, your point about how often do you play against Immortals when you're Guardian, based on what I've read all the time, it's all Smurfs, right? That's what everyone keeps telling me.
No, those are only on my team, though. That's the difference. Right?
That's true, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. The enemy has all these Smurfs who are rank 100, satanic. He's like, let me make a Guardian account to play against people. That's what's happening. But the draft looks like we are going to go in just a little bit. Again, Nigeria, please draft more more tanky stuff. And I would love to see a little bit more rotations. I remember in the bottom lane, there was a big fight. Sniper shows up, they lose 3. And then I look at Titan, he's got TP and a Ravage. And he's just like, what's up, guys? You guys need any help? No? Okay, all right. I'll keep farming. So hopefully that does change in game 2.
On that note, I would also like to see Nigeria play with less ultimate dependent heroes, pick heroes that are more reliant on their passives, and heroes that naturally scale all that well. Lina is very dependent on how the laning phase goes, right? Sniper has that win condition where you have to have great positioning if you want to be dishing out damage. Remove those win conditions, pick yourself some easy heroes, and just have fun with the game is what I would recommend for Nigeria.
That is the prescription that the doctor's putting out. That is like, I have diagnosed the problem and I'm giving you have fun is my
This Otomo, this is palliative management at best. This is not going to cure anything, right? Finally, a medicine joke. Here it is. We did it.
It took both of us to work together. As it looks like we might be going very soon here. Tunisia. Let's look at the bans we're working with. They do ban out. That is an interesting ban on the Warlock, I must say. I did not think that they looked at it like, you know what, the Warlock. Let's get rid of Warlock.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see the bigger team give respect to the smaller team. I will say that. But for Nigeria, they're going for the same bans as they went in with last time around, the Templar Assassin and the Medusa. I don't think that their bans are going to matter all that much. But Tunisia, they're banning out the Tidehunter too.
I guess if you're Nigeria, you might feel happy about it. Like you respect banning their heroes, things like that. They also get rid of the Life Stealer, just because that is a hero that comes with free BKB. Not a hero that I've seen a whole lot in a while, you know. It just he feels like he doesn't do enough damage, so teams kind of shied away from him. Nigeria, they have first pick. Will they open up with a Doom this time? Let's see.
We'll have to see. Of course, there are 2 more bans remaining for Nigeria, and honestly, they should ban the Swen. They should just ban out the heroes that they didn't play well against in the previous game and just go from there. Is what I would suggest.
No, they ban out the Axe. I don't know if this is it. I don't feel like it's going to be a draft issue that causes this game, how this game is going to go. But Nigeria, what are they going to open up with here? I wouldn't mind the Doom. Feels solid. They banned out the Medusa. Doom feels like an option. It was banned against them the previous game. But all right, Nigeria, they are going to go into reserve time. Let's see what we're working with here. It's not okay. I'll tell you this. It's not a good time. Not a good sign if a team goes into reserve before the first pick of the game has even come out. That is generally seen as a pretty negative sign.
Does Nigeria have a coach? Because I do recall going through some of these teams, and I do think some of these teams have a coach on their side.
I shall check. I only do this for the people I love. So I'll check for you. Nigeria, they have a substitute. They do not have a coach. In fact, their substitute is Sherlock Holmes, who's playing for them. Okay. Yeah, none of them have a coach listed for the game. As they open up with a Shadow Shaman. Oh, okay. They've got Tunisia. Did you see that? That was a blink and you're missing it. We'll be like, yo, did you guys see that pick? Oh yeah. It was something I believe the kids are calling thick, very juicy.
Yeah, but you know, this just goes to show that a lot of times wins do go to your head, particularly when you do win that way. So, you know, they go instantly for that pudge, which I was expecting. And we have seen teams lose from this position, right? Underestimating your opponent, it does create a weakness at the end of the day, no matter how good you are. And for Nigeria, I'm hoping that they can capitalize on this. Or, you know, we might just see Dendi 2.0 come out because of how easy Tunisia may find their hooks to be.
Oh, they put a Tusk on top as well. This is a very aggressive duo. We're going to call support. Pudge can be anything though, but this is a very aggressive duo because you have a guy who can start fights by rolling in. You can have a guy start fights by pulling people on the other side. So it's a great and very durable as well. Nigeria, I like the adjustment so far. Shadow Shaman, very solid. Not great though against either of these two heroes. You shackle someone, you can be hooked, or they can be saved by a snowball. But it's still very good. It's still a good pick overall.
And they have gone for an easier to play hero in the form of the Bristleback, right? Should be finding those lost hits, or at least should be able to do much more in the lane compared to that Tidehunter from Nigeria that we saw last. But what I'm more interested in is this going to be a mid pudge, or is this going to be an offlane pudge, right? Or even perhaps a support pudge at the end of the day, as Nigeria go in for a Lina perhaps on their safe lane again, but I would still recommend, as I did in the previous game, this should be a mid Lina.
Yeah, we'll see how they adjust with it. I feel like they were gonna play it carry again, but you know, it might be a player thing, not because of the team. The team is limited by the players, where they're like, you know, the mid's like, I can't play Lina, so the carry has to always play it. So you're told from that. But for Pudge, I've seen Pudge in every role except the winning role. That's the only one I've never seen. Oh, every role except winning. That's Pudge and Pudge.
You didn't check out this Dream League actually, where Parry Vision picked the Pudge 2 times in a row and won.
Oh god. Alright, good for them. It looks like it's gonna be Pudge Core, by the way. As they have a Tusk and Dark Willow, that's gonna be their 4-5. Pudge is going to be carry or offlane, Invoker's gonna be mid. That's
Oh wow, that's
okay.
that's an interesting lineup that they are building up. I wonder what facet the Invoker is going to be going for. Most likely, it is going to be an Exort Woker, right?
I prefer the Exhort, but I'm seeing a lot in pubs in mine, which is like 8 to 9k. They're going for the other facet, which is the Wex one, the extra tornadoes. I don't like it. I don't think it's good, but it is the better shard at least because you get the EMP upgrade now.
Nigeria going in for the Shadow Demon. So interesting. Again, they've picked up a hero that creates a setup, right? For that Light Strike array perhaps, or even to synergize with a carry that they're going to pick. But does slow down the Pudge quite a bit, does give you a save as well. At the end of the day, it is a hero that does do well against a stronger lineup.
Yep.
So let's see if they'll be able to make it work.
There's there's a few good and bad points for Shadow Demon. Firstly, great if someone's dismembered, someone's being snowballed into. It's just control in general. There's a lot of positives there with the safe, strong laner as well. The negatives though is that you're up against so much AoE damage that your illusions are gonna melt, so they'll know they reeled one. And the enemy has no good illusions you want to make of. They don't have a Medusa or a Luna or a Morphler where you're like, I'm gonna make an illusion that gets powerful stuff. Not great.
For both of these teams, though, they're missing their carries. Yeah, I wonder who they're going to be going for. Nigeria have banned out 4 of the heroes that Tunisia picked up in the previous game, right? And their last one is that Swen. But I wonder what their carry is going to be. I wonder if Tunisia will surprise us with a Pudge carry. That would be.
I wouldn't be surprised if they do that for sure. I wouldn't be surprised. As Nigeria, they're going to have the last pick right now. Again, I feel like a mid laner is going to come out. One good mid laner, I don't know if I want to say, I think Storm wouldn't be so bad. Storm or Puck if they can play it.
Again, the problem is the mid lane is perhaps the most skill intensive lane, right? Where at the end of the day, it's just about playing the better game of Dota, right? Oh wow. I have not seen this hero I don't actually even remember the last time I saw a Phantom Lancer.
I feel like I haven't seen him in a very long time. He's been nerfed a lot. He's currently seen like I don't know what his fastest innate are, but they're considered garbage. I have to read them and see. He's also, again, we talked about this. Remember, we just said Shadow Demon illusions are gonna melt because you're up against so much AoE damage. An illusion-based hero is not the way to go in a situation like this.
The Pudge Scepter directly counters the Phantom Lancer.
Exactly.
It's just not good, and not to mention, there's an absurd amount of AoE, like you mentioned. Like all of Invoker's spells, you have the Pudge as well, and not to mention, Phantom Lancer doesn't exactly seem like a hero that synergizes very well with the Shackle or with the Shadow Demon. Very slow in terms of damage output. So for Nigeria, I am worried.
I actually think Invoker might consider going for the Wex fast in this one. Because you can burn the Bristleback's mana, and what's the Bristleback without mana, right? Like just so you can get the upgraded shard. It's so good. They're thinking, do we want to put Pudge carry or do we want to put Pudge off lane? That is the choice for Tunisia. Again, some form of AoE damage Radiance Buyer would be great. I don't know if they really need it, but that would be great as a counter for the Phantom Lancer.
Even the Razor would be pretty good, right? Just great laning phase against the Bristleback, and then does great later on as well. So a lot of options for Tunisia, right? But I'm thinking they're going to go for the cheesiest one because it seems like they want to make great plays, right? And it's going to be a Magnus.
Magnetor comes out. Who's going to be plays? Alright, so I believe Kosei was their carry in the previous one, so he's going to be Pudge. It's going to be off-lane Magnus, mid-Invoker. On the other side, it is going to be Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes was their mid, so it's going to be the mid lane now. Okay, let me look at some of the facets, see what we're working with, anything interesting. Rotten Core, Tag Team. Invoker is going for Exhort. I'm not sure about that one. Oh, I love what Nigeria is going for. The Shadow Demon is going for Shadow Servant, which is when you kill someone, you create an illusion for them. I feel like that's very hopeful thinking. He's like, yeah, I don't know if you're getting kills, buddy. I'm not sure if that's happening.
I mean, Phantom Lancer hasn't exactly been played in the meta, so as the optimist on this panel, perhaps this hero is broken.
Oh yeah.
99% chance that it's not, but on the 1% off chance that it is, perhaps that's going to be Nigeria's breakthrough. It is going to be. Is this a mid Phantom Lancer?
No, Platinum was their carry in the previous game.
Okay.
No, it was
okay,
yeah.
So it is.
Yeah. I remember because he was the one on the lead and he was doing a little bit of the talking. He was a little bit giving them a little bit of lip. I feel like if you're losing, you don't have much room to trash talk when you're losing by a lot. Like that's be you're losing by a bit, but if you're a winner, you can trash talk. It's kind of like that's not nice, but it's kind of okay. I don't know.
I would say that the losing team should trash talk, like because Nigeria, listen, the skill difference is like around 5,000 MMR, so every single kill is the opportunity to throw down some trash talk.
Oh, look at that! Good luck, have fun. Tunisia being very nice and polite, and so is Nigeria returning. This is what we want to see: more GLs and less BG. As might be first blood coming down here. Hook comes out. I don't think Red Mouse is making that out of this one.
Yeah, he's going to die. I wonder who the first blood will go to. It is going to be Kusei on that Budge, and it is in fact safe lane Budge. Wow, that is interesting. Perhaps they saw the Phantom Lancer and they decided to send this Budge down towards as the carry.
Well, either way, he's going to go up against what? Bristleback and either Shadow Demon or Shadow Shaman. Should be either. If you can get either of these supports, they're very easy kills for you. Aiden.
I mean, I would think that every single hook is going to translate into a kill here. Very squishy heroes on Nigeria's side, right? The Shadow Demon, Lina, Phantom. I mean, all of them are very squishy. Not to mention, it is a pure damage hook at the end of the day, so the Bristleback isn't going to be negating that, irrespective of whichever direction he is facing.
But actually, technically, Bristleback does reduce damage you receive regardless, even if it's pure damage.
Oh, wow. Actually?
Yes.
I thought pure damage couldn't be reduced.
Pure damage can be reduced. Like, it does get reduced by Bristleback and by, like, certain damage mitigation things. I'm trying to remember which one exactly. I know that that's one of them. I'll check just to make sure, but I'm fairly sure about my info. Okay. You give me a second while I read about this.
Don't worry. And wow, this is again, Nigeria has gone for no items in his inventory this time around. He just has a clarity to play with, and he's now playing on that mid lane. So Nigeria do seem to be having quite a bit of fun.
Yep.
Shards.
It does reduce all damage types. There you go.
Learning from the 8.5K analyst. You know what?
Thank you.
At the end of the day.
I mean, it's like you're right because pure damage is very hard, but there are just I think this is one of them. I know that like shields also, well, shields obviously, but I think there's more than this. As Sherlock Holmes is in a bit of a situation right now. What are these lanes actually?
Yeah, one more hook should be able to finish him off. There's the hook, and Sherlock Holmes is going to die. Kusei, I believe that's the second kill that he has found, so we're going to see a humiliation from this Budge later on as well. Not looking good already for Nigeria.
Oh, by the way, Sherlock Holmes is replacing their support player, so it makes sense for him to play support. Now, and I guess Nigeria was originally their mid, so he's going back to playing mid. Okay. Hopefully this will be better for them. Nice shards. Very nice shards.
Oh, but an even nicer hook on towards Hades, and the slow coming in from the Tusk will mean the death of the Bristleback. Kusei now on a killing spree. And similar to the last game, Automo, the last hits aren't exactly favoring Nigeria either.
Yep, it's 10, 8, and 5 to the 5, 4, and 2. Mid lane in particular is just really being brutalized at the moment. Observers like, let's just look at the net worth. The net worth tells an even cleaner story.
Yeah, like let's just ignore the last hits, but even the top lane looks
Oh,
like it's going
they
heavily
might
in
get
favor
they might
of.
get killed bottom again. Can they? No, they decide to stop doing it. Oh, look at them! Oh, they get the hook.
Oh
They get
man,
the hook.
they get the hook, and the snowball is going to come in as well, stunning Sherlock and taking him down. But it seems like Hades is also going to be going down to that duo. Kusei now on a dominating streak, and it's 5-0 already.
Dude, I gotta give props to production. The way they had that small screen show up of the bottom lane, that they zoomed into it like that, that was nice. You know, that is very impressive.
And it happened so quick as well.
Yes.
Like that's impressive, very impressive actually.
Well, we just said Platinum at least is getting some CS. He was getting CS in the previous game as well. And while I don't think PL is a good carry, he can be active early, something that the Lina might struggle with a bit more. Possibly, you know. As this D ward comes out, oh, an interesting place to put a ward to begin with. Actually, I don't think I've seen many wards there from the Dire side.
Do you think it's going to be dewarded?
They just got D-ward just now. They had a dire ward right there. The top lane has hook. Oh,
Oh, another nice hook, and with the snowball coming in, Hades is about to die again. Kusei now on mega kill. It doesn't even seem like Tunisia are trying very hard, Automo. They're dishing out those hooks in plain view of their opponents.
yeah, and they're just not dodging it. Right? They throw the shard, so they're caught a little bit, and that's usually all it takes. But to be fair, it's not like Nigeria has any mobile heroes. There's no Phoenix or Mirana or anything like that. As, oh my god, he actually tips him. How many kills is that for the? He is involved in 7 kills, 6-0-1 for the Pudge.
Yeah, but I don't like the tip, man. You know why?
Uh-huh.
Because he should be cognizant of the skill gap that exists.
Ooh, cognizant. Someone's got the new word of the day calendar, don't they?
Yeah. I always have one. And it seems like Sherlock is
He's
going to
dead.
get dove inside of that tier 1 tower. A wicked 6 streak. This seems to be the fastest streak build-up that I have seen in a while.
Yep, I would say that's very accurate. Top lane, by the way, top lane and mid lane haven't got a single kill, but they might be like, yo, come on, we can't let bottom lane show us off like that. As Meeseeks, oh, he cancels the shackle. That's a bit tough. Do you have the setting? You have to press stop to cancel channeling spells. It's a very good one.
No, I actually don't.
You should get it for sure. As Pudge is going to go for a Mask of Madness.
Oh, wow. Oh, man.
To be fair, he does have the Rotten Core facet, so he can hit up to 80% more physical damage. So I guess it might make sense. Oh, Hades. Hades in trouble. Hades is in a lot of trouble.
Oh, he's going to get blocked off as well in one more hit. By the Pudge is going to finish him off. And speaking about the facet of the Pudge, I actually tried this as well. I, in fact, made an armlet on the Pudge, and with just the armlet and level 4 rot, you actually get plus 180 damage.
Jeez, that's insane. I was like, when he said 100, I was like, oh, 100, but he's like 180. By the way, the Lina, I feel like, has kind of given up. He's just in the mid lane, hiding next to the tower. I haven't seen him move or do anything. No. Oh, okay, Sherlock Holmes, he's trying something. Okay. All right, can they time this right? No, yes, they do.
Oh, they actually did end up finding the stun anyway. Makes that disruption a bit lackluster, but it seems like Nigeria is going to get turned around on, and the Sunstrike is going to finish Nigeria off. Zanetti finding the kill there.
Well, Red Mouse also loses life in the top lane. It's 11-0 in this one. All right. Let's make it interesting, okay, for me and you. Do we think Nigeria above or below 4 kills this game?
I would say above.
Oh, all right. I'll say below. So 4 and below, I win. 5 and above, you win. As we'll see. A winner gets a wonderful home-cooked meal. We'll do it that way.
Sure.
All right.
You know, I'm brown. I love giving home cooked meals to people. You know this.
Yeah,
So that is a trade I will definitely take.
we'll start practicing because it is looking ugly right now. That's going to be a kill. There you go. Red Mouse loses his life. Could they get Aiden in return? Does all the RP perfectly timed?
Yeah, there's just no hope for Plat to make it out of this one. The tower is dishing out damage towards that Magnus though, but is not nearly going to be enough. The Phantom Lancer to fall. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Kusei gets yet another kill. He is already on a beyond godlike streak, and things are not looking good for me in our deal, Otmo.
No one forced you to take that deal, but you wanted to keep it interesting.
You know why? Because I imagine Tunisia overextending several times with their punch.
Yes, I feel like.
Oh, the first hook that missed.
I feel like the same thing will happen. At some point, they'll get to a snowball. They'll roll in to a really bad spot, get maybe war trapped or something like that, and you lose a few people. At the moment, though, Kusei is going for Molineer on punch. What a crazy build this is. Oh, top lane, Aiden might be the first one dead here. As this man
Yeah, the Shadow Demon's coming in. They brought in the numbers for this one. Aiden will actually fall. And will the Willow be next? Does throw out that fear though, and with the teleport should be able to make it out of there. But the Dusk is actually going to come in too. Does have that wall response, but he doesn't actually have enough backup, so he's going to reposition himself towards that lane. And overall, it's going to be a 2-for-1. And Nigeria, just 3 more kills for me to win that deal.
Isn't it 4? I said 4 and below is me, 5 and above is you. Isn't that how it works? I don't know.
I zoned out of the 4 and part.
Oh
Yeah.
yes, okay.
Yeah. The tiebreaker should have different. The tiebreaker should be you give me a home cooked meal and I give you a home cooked meal. So it's even.
It cancels. Yeah, but you're cooking so much better than mine. You know that's it's unfair. As Platnod, he's getting dove on. He gets caught by the brambles. He tries. He's used the I don't know, a doppelganger. Can he get the kill? Yep, he's dead. He is very dead. What's that?
So is the Shadow Shaman. I am thinking that the Shadow Shaman actually regrets coming to the aid of that Phantom Lancer. Nigeria are going to lose 2 of their heroes, and currently it is looking like it's 20-1. Meanwhile, Hades struggling to bring down these ancient creeps. He's died 7 times, so he doesn't exactly have that vanguard as he would have hoped to get by now. But we get a pause in the midst of things.
Oh, he disconnects.
And immediately,
yes,
the question mark being thrown out.
Oh, he's like, all right, you know, Plaid nod, like he, you can tell he's a little tilted because the moment anything happens, he's like, what's going on? Why? And it's like, geez. As Kuze asked them, you guys live in Nigeria? No, that's nice. He's like, what does he need a local guide or something?
It's going to give us more info than the Liquipedia did, but
there you go.
At the end of the day, this is the qualifiers for a really big tournament.
Yep.
Right? So the teams do have to follow the rules, and apparently they found a workaround.
Right. They're like, well, all right, we can't all chat. We'll do something else. Oh, God. Are we looking at in terms of items as Invoker? He has finished his Hand of Mice, going for Boots of Travel. It's Exhort, so expect that it's going to be Aghanim Scepter soon. Nothing on the supports. Molineer coming out. Magnus working towards the Blink Dagger. Already has the double bracer, making him very difficult to bring down. Not seeing anything on the Dire that's going to change much. Vanguard on Bristle is going to be nice, but he's so far behind in terms of levels. What is he? He's just hit 5 at 10 minutes.
I mean, Nigeria only have 2 heroes that have passed that level 6 mark. The Phantom Lancer, whose ultimate doesn't really do anything in the early game, but you do have the Shadow Demon for that slow. So if they're able to couple up the Shadow Demon's ultimate with some quills coming in and Lina to come in with a stun, throw in a shackle as well, they do have that combination. But often at times, teams at that skill level struggle to make that combination work. I'm hoping they do, though, at the end of the day, because that is going to be their way to taking down some of the heroes from Tunisia.
Yep. I mean, man, when you say it like that, they have no wombo combo. Right? They have no RP, no black hole, no ravage. They've got nothing. No, they went with what you said, which is no cooldown. Low cooldown abilities, which is good. But you have no way of grouping them up. On the other side, it's RP into Cataclysm, always the way back. I don't know, Doctor. I think you gave them a bad plan.
I did say that it's valid. Like
Uh,
it's not good news, but we can make their stay here comfortable. And
mm.
Nigeria so far hasn't really changed things up. I mean, I believe scoreline is even worse off than it was in the previous game.
Oh yes, it was. As we're gonna go see a couple of replays. This was so good, so good. He blocks him into
Yeah,
that
that hook
tiny walkway, and he gets the perfect hook off. Very nice.
certainly was.
Oi,
Oh
oi,
man, yeah,
oi.
these hooks. And I bet the production is also having a bit of fun with this because getting to produce replays for Pudge hooks is perhaps at least my favorite aspect to watch in a Dota game.
There you go. That's another. I wonder if he was aiming for the Lina and he caught Hades by accident, or he was aiming for Hades. Either way, he gets another brilliant hook off as the pause continues. But the Dark Willow is here, and he says Gwer, Gwer, and the other one says Rd. Oh, oh, oh! They all disconnect. What is going on here? As and Bristol, by the way, they're just continuing. They're not pausing now. They're pausing on the other side. This is a,
Hey, they want to win fair and square.
I mean, good for them, but what is going on?
Oh man, two heroes disconnecting. I believe they're probably playing in the same location, which is why they
Yes.
disconnected at the same time. And Tusk is going to go throw out perhaps the perfect voice line for the occasion. But 10 minutes in, okay, Otimo, let's make another deal, okay?
Another one.
This time, yeah, another one. This time on how long do you think the game will take? What was the
Ooh.
timer for the previous game?
I believe I'm gonna check, but I believe it was 26 minutes. Let me confirm. It was 28 minutes and 59 seconds, just to be
Okay,
exact.
so is the game, I'll let you decide this time. Is the game going to go longer than 28 minutes or less than 28 minutes?
I believe it'll be 100% less than 28 minutes. I thought you'd. Okay, you know what? I'm willing to be generous. The game is going to be less than 26 minutes, even. I'm going to put it at
Make
26.
it less than 25 and you have a deal.
Less than
Because
20.
right now, I agree with you. We'd be betting against ourselves.
Well, that's unfair. You started with 28. I thought you would be like, I say less, you say more. 25. 25. Let's see. At that point, they'll have 50 kills, right?
Yeah, more, in fact.
at the pace of the game. The problem is Tunisia doesn't have very good tower damage. That's the only thing that
Yeah.
stops me from
Okay,
saying.
so let's do it at 26 then. Just for you, Otimo. Let's do it at 26. Less than 26 minutes, and you win. More than 26 minutes, and I win.
I know it's just a minute, but a minute is a lot. I'm gonna go with less. All right, so we have two deals. Production, do you guys observer actually? You can type plus 26 minutes or minus 26 minutes. We'll let observer also join in on this one, and you can also
Okay,
get a.
okay. If the production is joining in as well, then our deal
Yes,
applies to the production. So our home cooked meals goes to them too.
of course, right? It's gonna be a buffet at someone's
Yeah.
house. All right,
And we
production.
all live close by, so there's a slim but quite possible chance that this ends up working out and we're all sitting at a table together. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Production, where are you guys joining our how long the game will end deal agreement bet? We'll wait for our cameraman, our observer. Observer especially, he has to join in. He can type. You don't have to type. You can just like press enter, type what you think, and then just cancel it. That's how they usually communicate. Aw. Hey, observer, don't do this. Talk to me. There you go. Yes. Plus 26 minutes or minus 26 minutes? Plus 26 minutes. Okay. All right. All right.
The observer's on my side.
Can you believe
Right?
that?
It's a deal well struck, I would say.
Yes. All right. Okay. I feel like there's some money being traded between you and the observer, you know? Oh, by the way, a disconnect counts as a victory for me. Is that fair?
No, man,
What?
that is outside of the bounds. Um, no disconnect policies.
Fine. You know what? Fine, fine. No disconnect policies. No disconnect policies. What was our first? Oh yeah, our first prediction is that Nigeria gets, 5+ is you, 4- is me. As we are waiting for this quite long pause. I
Hmm.
don't know what is the pause philosophy. I believe teams get 10 minutes of pause timer. Not quite sure. Okay, looks like Nigeria. This is eating into their pause time. Hopefully, they'll be fine and make it in time. Has not been the best showing for them so far, unfortunately. Well, in the meantime, what we're looking at here, Pudge has got 12 flesh heap stacks remaining. That is, so he's got. I saw the remaining. Sorry, he's got 12 flesh heap hats. He's got 16 strength extra, and it's gonna go. It's gonna go up as more and more as he gets levels into his innate. Pretty wild.
Hmm.
Pretty wild. Did you play a lot of?
Now, what do you?
Hmm.
Yeah, go
I was
on.
gonna say, did you play a lot of support? Did you play a lot of Pudge in your Dota 2 career so far?
I actually have, yeah. It's one of my most played heroes. I am one of those people that love to pick Pudge and go to whichever role
Mm-hmm.
I can.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's in the wrong role, I tell my team I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see. How many? I think I've got less than 20 Pudge games. Oh yeah, I've got exactly 20 Pudge games. What's your win rate with Pudge, by the way?
I think it's close to 50, so just say it's
Ah,
not that bad.
not bad, not bad. I'm 15. I've won 3 games and lost 17 games with Pudge. Well,
Hmm.
uh,
What about some other skill shot heroes? Let's see.
uh, let's see. Apparently, I've never won with Monkey King. That's a bit sad. Some of these heroes, the win rate is really, really depressing as well when I see it.
I've always
Hmm.
I've always found Monkey King to be an extremely hard hero
Yep,
to play with.
very fragile.
I don't know.
You
Yeah,
know.
very fragile. Even though I got the remember in the Crownfall event, people got so many arcanas, and I think Crownfall was the most well received event by Valve in the recent years,
Mm.
and got quite a few arcanas. Was very excited trying them out, but turns out I just can't play the Monkey King. So
Yeah, especially because I'm play support, and Monkey King support feels like one of the hardest ways to play the hero. So at some point you're like, yeah, maybe I don't want to do that anymore. As Oh yeah, and I did like Crownfall a little bit. I generally don't play a lot of the events, but Crownfall is nice because you can play like a ranked match and get the things you need and pick specific heroes, which was cool. But I don't like playing like what was it called, like the Halloween event or the winter event or all these things like that.
yeah, I've never played some of the other ones like Aghanim's Labyrinth and Dire Tide, but it's interesting to see how wild the community goes for these events.
Yes, I mean it's got what they costumes. People love outfits. They're like, oh yeah, I can see Windranger's feet now, and that's a big deal for some players. Not me, of course.
Oh man, and often at times it's
Oh
not even about the fact that you get free items, right? It's you see a lot of money being thrown and getting the same items over and over again just to level up arbitrary numbers like your battle pass levels.
mm,
Remember when TI reached a $40 million prize pool?
God,
That was just through people leveling up their compendiums infinitely, right? People
yes.
having level 700 compendiums.
I remember that one of them is like a prince in Saudi Arabia who bought, and he puts on a stream where his employees open his chests that he wins because he wants so many. He's like, I don't have time to click on them and open the chests to see what I won. I just want to get the 10,000 battle pass levels, and you're like, holy crap, that's how it works. As Nigeria, with 5 minutes left on their pause timer, getting very, very dicey at this point of the game. I
Hmm.
believe I'm not sure if at 5 minutes we get a forfeit or they are forced to unpause. But the end result will probably be the same thing, which is Otomo gets a free dinner.
No, we had that. There is no disconnect policy. Okay, how about this? How
Haha!
about this?
One down.
The observer gets us a home cooked meal if
Whew.
there is a disconnect and a free forfeit.
That is
Of course,
not fair.
they'll have to let us know if they even want to feed us. But
Hmm. By the way, I just realized that the Shadow Demon has 9 CS in 10 minutes. This is a mid Shadow Demon. Against the Invokers 51 and 15. Like, my god, is that crazy to see.
hmm,
What is. Oh. Oh, both the Aghanim shot and the Aghanim Scepter upgrade Sunstrike. Oh,
both
I didn't.
heroes have reconnected though, so we are going to
Yay.
have at the end of the day a full game of Dota. So that's going to be good to see.
That's good to know.
Perhaps even a third game of Dota. I'm one of those hopeless optimists, right? Until the throne is
Oh,
has gone
God.
down.
Well, it disconnected. So there you go. And man, I wish I could be like that. Maybe I'm just too jaded in the world. But for me, I'm very much a no. I don't think that's happening. You know what I mean? Like, I could
You
look at
know,
it. I'm like thinking realistically, what's 95% of the chance is going to happen. The 5% never happens. But who knows?
I mean, okay. If I was in your position, I would say that it's a 99 to 1% chance.
Oh yes, point nine.
But think about it this way:
Mm.
the glass half full and or the glass half empty analogy,
Yeah.
right? But the glass has around, let's say, 10 ml of water,
Mhm.
and let's say you're really really thirsty, like you haven't had anything to drink all day.
Yes.
At the end of the day, you're still going to take that 10 milliliters, right?
Exactly. It's also it's like you mentioned how you want to live your life, how you want to see the world. If you want to be positive and things, those are good things to be. Those are not bad things. Like to have hope and believe in things. But in a competition, sometimes you gotta call a spade, or in this
Yeah.
in this case, a beat down, or a potential forced forfeit anyway.
One of the reasons why
Mm.
I think that Nigeria may have a shot is that I have been in Tunisia's position, right? Uh, with my own team, a very very long time
Mm.
back, where I was playing this local tournament where
Mm.
we were the absolute best team,
Mhm.
but we chose to mess around
Aha.
exactly in the way that Tunisia are
Uh,
picking up that putts, right? And it's not as if we were losing. In that game number two, we were still dominating, but decided halfway to start joking around a bit.
Uh-huh.
Lost that game, but the momentum shifted so heavily in favor of the underdogs that we were helpless in game number three and ended up losing the tournament. So I have learned this lesson uh, painfully,
Uh-huh.
but it is a good lesson to learn, is that you should never ever underestimate your opponents, particularly in a competitive setting.
What was the name of your two? I want to guess the name of your team, all right? You can tell me if it's right or wrong.
Okay.
Okay. Your team was second to none.
No.
Oh, that was close.
The thing is, you'll never be able to guess my team.
Probably not,
That's the
right?
thing.
That's just a random
The
thing.
name is just very very wild. The name of my team
Mm.
was the Underdogs,
Oh my god. Don't
and
worry.
the reason
Uh-huh.
the reason why that name was very surprising
Mm.
is because we won nearly everything we played. So
Nice,
it
done.
was,
Don't worry.
yeah.
I have had very original names as well. But my favorite team name was Win or Booze. I was like,
Win or
yeah. So I was like, oh, either we win or everybody crack open a bottle. That was a team that I enjoyed the most. As
oh man.
I think we are getting very, very, very close to the admin giving us an update here, probably within the next minute or two. As Nigeria's case, game wise, looks bad. Um, technical wise, also looking pretty bad.
Hmm.
No, no, no.
Do you think Nigeria will continue to play 4v5 or 3v5?
I feel like you might want to call it because you have a match coming up in an hour anyway, and you don't need the mental anguish of forcing it. Just be like, all right, guys, whatever. This is not our
I,
day.
I, I'll ask you a better question.
Mm.
Have you ever casted a game that has gone 3v5 and the teams continued to play?
Yes, I have casted games like that. I've seen games that with one incomplete team. Here it wouldn't be 3v5. The Phantom Lancer is here, so it would be 4 versus 5. But I've definitely casted incomplete games or incomplete
Oh, wow.
teams.
I have never, but I mean, you have probably, I think, a decade of experience casting now.
I'm not that old, all right? But close, right? Like almost like 7 years. Actually, one of the games I casted that was incomplete was in a major $500,000 ESL tournament between Quincy Crew, who had one of their players in South America and the other four in America. The South American player disconnected, couldn't join because he abandoned by accident. They played 4v5 and won that game.
Are you okay?
Oh, wow.
Yep. All right, they're saying go, and that was just. This
Yeah.
is this has definitely been one of the longest series where each game ends in less than half an hour.
Is under attack.
Whole Sunstrike is going to narrowly miss. Sherlock Holmes decided to go back for the creep
I guess a Dior
and
off.
going to find that D-Ward. Wow, that
Juicy.
is pretty impressive.
Yeah, but he's being chased. Can he? Can he? Can he? Oh,
Charging it.
oh well.
Oh, no.
Good aim though. He threw it when he was still like in range, but he missed it. But very nice. He really knows like the range of the hook perfectly. That's very impressive. As they bring the Tusk here, it's going to be two-man bottom. I feel like they're having problems really deciding. Oh, Red Mouse dies. Here we go.
Yeah, was just charging in with that rod. 2 swipes to take down that Lena and a snowball as a finisher. And another swipe. Usei now on a beyond the godlike streak. Last game, it took him 28 minutes to reach that position, but this time around, at just the 11-minute mark, they have not only amassed themselves that streak, but also an 11,000 net worth advantage.
I can already smell the Tultras cooking from here. It's good stuff, man. Like let me tell you, because I really love like food from your region, dude. It's the best, honestly. So I'm excited. As Platinum just runs away. Okay, all right, that's fine. That's fine.
But he's going to be chased down now. Oh wow, the juke's coming in from the Phantom Lancer, but unfortunately, not going to be enough. The Dark Willow will eventually spot him out. There goes the Doppelganger, but Meeseeks seems like he's going to be able to take down that Phantom Lancer. Actually, doesn't have that mana, does have that
Bramble?
Brambling Maze in about 1 second. Gladnod dodging it out on towards that high ground. Can he dodge any further, though, is the big question, but unfortunately not. Meeseeks has cut that Phantom Lancer and will take him down. Meanwhile, Nigeria lose their Lina too.
And the thing is, he was high-fiving. He was, the hook! He thought he was going to safety, but the hook comes out. It's 28-1. As again, the dive coming out from the Dark Willow gets the kill off. Kusei beyond godlike. I think he's got 12 kills to his name. He does die, actually. Does
Oh, that
finally
counts
die.
as a second kill.
That does count.
Nice. Yeah.
That does count. It says
We're
right.
getting there.
It says right there on the score. It's 29-2. You are definitely 100% that it counts. By the way, he had 15 kills to his name when he died. 15.
More than a kill a minute. And for Nigeria, they're going to get boxed in right now. Tunisia may be having their fun, but they've also been able to take down those objectives. All 3 outer tier 1 towers are down now. And Nigeria don't seem like they have a clear action plan. Phantom Lancer is horrible at farming, does not have any flash farming tools, so is going to be able to get his Diffusal Blade, but it's going to be pretty late, around that 16 to 17 minute mark.
And I don't know how much value you're going to get out of it. You're up against, like we mentioned, so much AoE damage that the illusions will just melt. You might not have time to burn people up. As looks like, they get Hades. They might get more than just Hades. They get, okay, Light Strike around 2. Will that mean anything? Doesn't seem like it, though.
But yeah, Adnan seems
Top tower.
all alone. His team is quite a bit far. They are joining them, but so is Kusei and Sherlock Holmes. Even though he was able to get off that two-man Light Strike array. Not going to be enough. It just simply has too much physical damage.
Oh god, as Nigeria probably dead. Can he move out of the way for the hook? He doesn't move out in time. A bit unfortunate there, but doesn't matter. They still have a kill and they're still just pushing really hard. I think top lane Eden, we haven't even seen him do anything. He's just been pushing the top tier 2, gets it down.
We haven't exactly seen the RPs. So Aiden is the one person in this team that is taking the match very seriously.
Yep.
Is pushing those objectives, farming up. The rest of Tunisia, though, leading the network chart, also is.
Oh.
They seem to be doing fine. Now making their way on towards 80. It's going to be a two-man snowball. The Dismember is being held for now. Turns out he doesn't even need it.
He doesn't. I was looking, I was like, I thought at one point he used it, just the damage is just pure rot. That's all he needs. And he's getting very, very close to the Molineer. I think it's being delivered to him right now. Holy crap.
It should be a Maelstrom, right? Because he has queued himself up that Hyperstone.
Sorry, I meant like the Molineer's only like 500 gold away, my bad. But yeah, it is the Maelstrom coming out first. Maybe a triple kill, or will it be just a double kill? They're going for both targets.
Yeah, Nigeria is sure to fall over here. Meanwhile, the shards are going to block Shaman's escape. He has nowhere to go. Nigeria lose 3. Meanwhile, Aiden continues to farm up towards that top lane. I would like to see some RPs.
I would like him to end the game before 26 minutes, is what I would like to see. Because I have so much on the line. My reputation, most importantly.
I mean, if I'm being honest, I think you're going to win this deal.
Both of them, the kills and the timing. I mean, they don't. Tunisia might not push. We have seen teams play with their food.
Quite literally,
yes.
In this case.
So they might be like, no, let's just keep having fun. Let's just keep killing. Pladnod loses his life as Meeseeks brings him down. Will they be able to bring down the bottom tier 2? It's fairly healthy, but it's starting to take a quite serious bit of damage as well.
Yes, 17 minutes and still have so much map control over on Tunisia's side. They have full control of the dire jungle as well. The Roshan is alive, so they can go for that objective too. But like you mentioned, they're not in a rush right now to end this game. They can choose to play it slow as well, considering the fact that Nigeria's comeback can only occur at the back of that Phantom Lancer. And it turns out Nigeria are going to go for a 5-man smoke outside of their base. Let's see if they'll be able to add to their kill feed.
They used, I think, a scan, but they weren't able to catch anyone. This, to me, is usually like the Hail Mary. We'll smoke up as 5, try to find someone. If you don't get a kill or you lose a few people, instead you just call GG at this point, because that is like too devastating mentally to recover from. Unfortunately,
immediately though, their heroes are quite dispersed. So even if they come across someone, they're not going to have that follow-up. Fortunately for them in this case, they're not going to come across someone, because I think it would have gone horribly. All of Tunisia are on that bot lane. And
dude,
are they going to be pushing towards that high ground?
Dude, the Sherlock Holmes is level 5 in 18 minutes on Alina. No ultimate on Alina in 18 minutes is he hits it now. 18 minutes gets the Laguna Blade.
Another V-board being found by Nigeria.
Good one. Those are helpful for sure. And it looks like they're just going to go for Roshan here. Tunisia, they have 8 minutes to conclude this game. Not really. They have as much time as they want, of course, but for the fun factor, they have 8 minutes. As another smoke is just thrown up by Nigeria. They seem to be very committed to finding someone or getting some use out of Pladnod's diffusal blade, but just doesn't seem to be connecting.
I'm not sure whether or not they'll even be able to get a kill, because Phantom Lancer just has about 1000 HP. Pudge deals right now about 250 to 300 per hit and has a Mask of Madness, so Nigeria are going to melt very quickly, but I wonder if they're going to be hooking someone out of the high ground and then proceeding to take their high tier 3
Oh,
to
RP?
a 4v5.
There you go.
Oh, there's the RP. A two-man and one at that, and the rest of Tunisia are just going to finish Nigeria off. Turns out there is a feast to be found, but it's by Tunisia, Nigeria on a silver platter for Kuse.
Beautiful work by Meeseeks. So he goes up there, plants an observer ward, gets vision, and they're like, yep, they're trying to deward the attack. And that's a hard that's Mag misses, actually, but Sherlock Holmes still loses his life, and this is just Plaid not by himself with his cute diffusal blade, but he can't do anything with it.
The first Rax is going to fall down. I wonder if Nigeria are going to wait for their Lina or are going to be going for that full defense, but it's very risky because the danger of Aiden finally joining Tunisia's rotation is that you can get skewered at any time.
Yep. I mean, he also has the Acceptor, so he can also Horn Toss if he wants to. Nigeria afraid to put anyone in. Hades, yep, that's what happens. You step out of line, instantly dead. No. Oh.
Not much that he can do there. Meanwhile, Meeseeks trying to find someone. The Cataclysm actually cleaning the Lina up. Aiden did find that lost bit of damage though to take him down. But 2 Raxes down, it seems that they're going to be able to finish this earlier than they were in game number 1. Only 1 Rax remaining, and to be honest, there's really nothing stopping them from going directly for the throne. But in fact, they actually want to be going in towards that fountain. A great hook to be found. Meeseeks and Kuse both on a beyond godlike streak, and the disconnects from Nigeria are going to be salt added to the wounds.
And then just Gigi just called Hades. He's like, yep, this game is over, guys. We don't need to wait for our allies. You don't have the timeout left anymore coming from the, what's his name, the admin. That's it. It's, yep, 45-2 in 21 minutes. Do we have to wait for the throne? There you go. Throne gets destroyed. So I want some tandoori, if I can have that. Lots of, like, just lots of everything that you can make. Whatever you can make, I want to eat it all.
Sure, I mean, I hope you're going to be hungry because it's quite a lot.
Yes.
That I will have prepared for you and, of course, a lovely production crew. Meanwhile, Tunisia are your best of 3 winners in group number A. They are off to a very steamy start and demonstrating a very strong performance. I will add and reiterate what I said earlier. Tunisia does seem like they are the stronger team in group number A. Meanwhile, Nigeria, I hope that they can at least come out with a few wins. I will say that qualifying to the real deal is something that seems to be out of their hands.
No, it's very unlikely. The problem is Nigeria's next match will be up against Egypt, who I think is probably as good or better than Tunisia. I don't think they're worse than Tunisia. So their next match, which we will also be casting, is gonna be tough. We'll see what Nigeria can cook in the 45 minutes until their next match arrives. But overall, nice punch performance. They went very quick on the enemy side. They just want to push very fast. Even though they didn't have pushing heroes, they just dominated the lane as always.
Yeah, I'm particularly interested to see what Tunisia are going to be able to do, how far they can go in the tournament past that qualification should they make it, right? Because I actually will, in fact, tune in to both of the African teams and see what this region has to offer. I do think that we got a good performance, a good demonstration, right? Even though it was between 2 teams with a huge skill discrepancy, at the end of the day, you did see glimpses of what Tunisia are capable of. Their team plays very synchronized, right?
Yep. I mean, we did see like the Magnus leave the team for a little bit, but very good work with like getting the shards into the hooks was really well done. The individual skill was much higher. So we are looking at Tunis as one of our 2 favorites. This is the game duration. The stats, they all blue, man. All favoring the Tunisia side. You know what's crazy? Tunisia had 45 kills. Nigeria had 2. So you expect Tunisia to make 25 times more gold than them. But no, they only made about 6 times more. Because they were just like not getting any gold from kills at some point.
Oh, man. Very nicely played. I mean, I'll say it again. Tunisia seem like they have this synchronization in place. They have that clear strategy when to go for objectives, when to group up as a team. So I think this is a team that has the potential to go pretty far.
Oh, I feel like Sherlock Holmes might be feeling a bit bad. 0-11-0. That is my pudge right there. On the other side, you can see ATM Kusei printing gold 4,000. Is that from when he died? I think that's when he died. How much gold he gave away to the team. He also got the most kills. It's just one-sided stomp for Tunisia. That's really all it boils down to.
27 assists too on the Tusk. Man.
He was with the Pudge the whole time, so he was like getting some of those kills. He's like, "Oh, you kill, it's okay. I'll just pick up a couple of gold from here if that's all right with you." Brutal.
But I will say that the real winners are Invoker, Dark Willow, and Dusk, and that's simply because they were the three players that didn't manage to die. Meanwhile, Kusei and Aiden both have 1 deaths.
Whoa! We don't see the 20. I don't see 26 kills on Kusei. I just see the 1 death. You know.
Yeah, he has 3 assists and 1 death.
You're just like my mother, right? If I get all A's and one of them A-, she say, "Why the A-?" Right? She doesn't say anything else. She says, "Why A-?"
It's a valid question, man. Well, it's why the A-?
Well, why can't you see all the other A's? It's A+. Why the A? But come on, mom, just one time. You're the same thing, right? He's got 26 kills. Like, he can die 3 times and it still wouldn't matter.
But at the end of the day, it's not about the kills, not about the deaths or the assists. It's about who wins in those best of 3s.
Yep.
And Tunisia did that in a very handed fashion. Of course, that's not all for today. We do have another live match to broadcast, and that's going to take place in about an hour. Meanwhile, in the African qualifiers, you have quite a lot of matches happening as well. Feel free to tune in to some of your favorite teams. Perhaps, if you are belonging to the team or you are in the region itself, tune into the team that you want to, or join me and Otimo for the International Esports Federation cast.
Next one will be Egypt versus Nigeria, but it might actually come later than I thought, because game 1 between Algeria and Egypt went quite the distance, 54 minutes, with Algeria taking game 1. I still think Egypt might be the better team, but knowing this, I'm like, wow, we might have a bit of a longer break while we wait for Egypt to finish up their match. So hopefully we'll start in 40 minutes, but we're not sure. We'll keep you guys updated. For now, we're going to be taking a break until that match is ready. We'll see you guys then.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the International Esports Federation African Qualifiers. If you guys were here previously, we saw quite a strong performance between Tunisia versus the other team, versus Nigeria, and we saw Tunisia absolutely dominate. And I was actually just taking a look in the client for some of the other games because there are quite a few best of threes that are going around. You can tune into those as well through your client, and Egypt seems to be putting up quite the performance as well. Of course, their series is currently 1-1 right now, so it's still quite even, in contrast to what we saw in the previous series where Nigeria wasn't able to put up that kind of performance, but at least at the end of the day were able to come onto the show and demonstrate a great game of Dota. And well, Egypt is going to be the next series to play. Of course, we will have to wait for a bit before that. We will have to wait for them to finish up the game. Meanwhile, if we were to talk about some of the group stages, it is going to be the next best of three: Egypt versus Nigeria. We saw Nigeria in the previous game, and I will say I don't exactly have the highest of expectations from Nigeria considering the recent performance of Team Egypt. Of course, Egypt is not exactly an unknown in the Dota scene. They do have some very strong players, and I'm actually pretty excited to see what Egypt will be able to do towards some of the other teams. And they already have a benchmark, right? How well Egypt does versus Nigeria compared to how well Tunisia did versus Nigeria is at least going to give us a lot of information about both of these teams, is going to tell us exactly where all of these teams stand in those groups. Group number A, of course, has 5 teams, so that does not mean that Nigeria are out just because they lost one best of 3. They still have a few chances, but still, it does seem like they're very much like the underdogs. Let's take a look at the rosters for Team Egypt. It is going to be Meet Your Bob as the position 1, Megaway and Ghost on the position 2 and position 3. Of course, I don't think this is the same Ghost as the one on Nigma Galaxy. And you have Forever and the famous Arya on the position 4 and position 5. And just to reiterate the strength of this team, Arya is the only player on the African qualifiers with a dedicated Wikipedia page. He is a very renowned caster in the scene. Plus, he has also had a competitive career. And the last tournament he competed in, the last big one, was the Ooredoo Arena back in 2021. He did have a great performance. I recall Arya, actually. As soon as I saw his name, I actually recall the player as well. I do remember casting him. He had some phenomenal players. Of course, let's take a look at the roster for Nigeria. You all saw Nigeria play in the previous game, but let's just take a bit of a refresher. For Team Nigeria, it is going to be King Kev on that position 1, TJ and Mom on the position 2 and position 3, Big Daddy Hades and Olizra playing on that position 4 and position 5 role. They did play with a substitute in the previous series, so I'm curious to see whether or not the substitute is going to join us for the incoming series or whether they're going to have their permanent 5 roster competing in it. One thing is for sure, they're going to need to pull off a miracle if they want to be winning against Team Egypt, right? Because I believe they had 4 kills in game number 1 and they came out with 2 kills in game number 2. Both games ended in less than 30 minutes. And I'm going to let Ottomo break the rest of it down for you. Ottomo, what do you think? Does Nigeria have a chance against a team like Egypt?
Realistically, no. Egypt isn't actually even. I was looking at the all the players in both teams. Tunisia is like 3 Immortals, a Divine and Ancient. One guy is ranked in the Immortal. He's like 4,500. Egypt's players are ranked 300 to 700. That is as good as Tunisia played against Nigeria. The gap between Egypt and Tunisia is bigger than the gap between Tunisia and Nigeria, if that makes sense. Like, that is how much apart MMR wise they are. So I would be very, very surprised if Nigeria was able to put up any form of meaningful resistance.
So do you think Egypt are the favorites for Group A?
Um, yes. Well, they're actually very close to Algeria right now. They are in a draw in the current match right now. We are supposed to be beginning a series right now between Nigeria and Egypt, but Egypt and Algeria have been going for a very long series. Two back and forth 55-minute games have gone on. What first for Algeria, second for Egypt. We are still waiting for game 3 to conclude, which is why we're not starting the game right now. We're going to have to wait for that to finish, and then we can begin. So, yeah, Algeria and Egypt. Whoever wins that match is probably going to be the team that qualifies for the main event.
You know, thing that I'm excited about though is when I was doing my research for the tournament, and as you saw as well, there's not a lot of information available on these players, so I was a bit skeptical. But
Of course,
there are some really strong teams,
yes.
right? Tunisia currently struggling to win out against Algeria, so it's not as if this is going to be an easy run for a very strong team. You have to fight tooth and nail if you want to be qualifying, and that is very exciting for me.
I agree. I feel the same way. It's not like one team is going to come in and completely stomp it. It's going to be Algeria and Egypt at the top, Tunisia a little bit behind them. We haven't seen the Ghana players just yet, but what we can generally agree about is that Nigeria is going to have the toughest road, being the team that's kind of furthest behind, but we'll see once this game begins if they can put up something against Egypt. So I don't feel it. I just don't feel it just yet.
I hope I'm not giving away more dinners to you though, because I feel like we will make quite a few deals on Nigeria. That I will say they're very entertaining team to watch, right?
Yes.
If you're able to entertain the guys that are supposed to be entertaining the audience, you've made it. Perhaps not qualified, but still you are winning us over at the end of the day.
I mean, if you can lose and still trash talk, that goes a lot to the likability factor for sure. But you know what? It was nice to come here and give you guys a little bit of an update. Unfortunately, we want to come back to you guys with an actual game. So me and Toltris, we're gonna go for a little bit while maybe we'll play a game of chess. I don't know. We'll see if we can play a game of chess. We'll come back to you guys with Egypt versus Nigeria in hopefully half an hour or so. We'll see you then. He- Hello and welcome back to the Iesf African Qualifiers, where we're going through North Africa. My name is Atomo, and joining me is the always wonderful Tultris. How was the break? What did you do in the break?
I sat at my screen looking at my Wemix for most of that time, and then I grabbed some water and looked up at Wikipedia.
Oh, nice. All right. Well, a fruitful break for you, hopefully. Much better than what I did, which was grab a giant shawarma and stuff it down my mouth as fast as I can, thinking that we had a short break, but it was a longer one. But yeah, we are going to go to our second series of the day. It's going to be Egypt versus Nigeria. Egypt, they took a very, very tight series against Algeria. It was 2-1. It was a very difficult game for them. They started off losing against Algeria, then they came back in game 2 and 3. Nigeria, not such a good game for them so far. Not such a good day for them so far, right, Tultras?
Yeah, it's a lackluster performance, but who can really blame them? I mean, I will say that they are trying their very best, right? And hopefully they're having some fun with it. At the end of the day, that is what matters, and they are representing at the end. You know, the objective is being met. Representing your country in esports is what IESF is all about, and I'm glad that everyone gets a platform to do that. I'm glad they get a platform as well.
I agree 100%. So yes, we can't say some teams are going to show up and perform very well. That's not truth, but it's also a good thing for every country to be able, or as many countries as possible, to be able to send a team. Even if you come in last place, you get some experience. A player or two might be like, yo, I actually like doing this. I want to compete. I can coach, I can help, or something, and next time you come in, you do a little better. So Nigeria, I don't think they're going to have very good luck against Egypt, but even if you come and lose, it is still good to showcase what your country is putting a foot in, at least in the beginning.
Definitely. And I found it very interesting how, you were mentioning that Egypt has several players within that top 1000 MMR bracket, right? And I believe that they're probably playing in the European region.
Yes.
Right? So that puts them at more than 10,000 MMR. And the exciting thing is they struggle to defeat Algeria, right? So then Algeria must also be very high MMR. So that means overall this African qualifier is stacked with some really high performing teams.
Yeah, because I was looking at both teams have players between rank 300 to like 1,001. I think Algeria has like a rank 1,900, but that is still 10k in Europe, and rank 300 is something like 13k. I'm not exactly like sure because the numbers do change quite a bit, but it is on that, like it's on that level, in that 5-digit plus basically. But we're going to the draft here. In Nigeria, again, the rankings for them significantly lower by like a margin of 10. I don't know, something like that.
It's interesting that they go for the exact same bans for the third game in a row.
Yes.
Right? They must really not like the Medusa and the Templar Assassin. But for Egypt, I wonder because Egypt must be in one of two places, right? Because they just played one very long series. So are they going to be looking to close this one out as quickly as possible, or are they going to have some fun with it like Tunisia did in game number 2?
I feel like if you've had a very long series, it's very tough. You're like, all right, guys, let's just call it. I don't know if they have another match after this one for Egypt. I think this will be the last one for them until tomorrow. So yeah, they might just be like, yo, let's just end this one as quick as possible. That's what I assume they would do, to be fair with you. By the way, one thing we also mentioned is that Nigeria was playing with a stand-in, Sherlock Holmes, who was their substitute. They are playing with their full roster in this one. Who is there?
That's going to be exciting. I mean, Nigeria have gone back to their strategy. I remember we talked about them changing up their strategy for game number 2, which they did. But now it seems like they've gone back to a similar strat in game number 1 against Tunisia, where they picked those AoE ultimate heroes. And this time around, they're going to go not with the Tidehunter, but with that Darkseer.
Yes, I mean, it's good if you can match it up with some other things. Like Darkseer by itself, not great. It's like the illusions of the Weaver are fine. Illusions of Pudge are meh. One thing is that I don't want to see Pudge versus Darkseer. If whoever you hook can be sort of surged away, so they might put the Pudge as a 1-5, not a 3-4, or as a mid laner.
But we are seeing. I love how Pudge is the universal hero for having fun, right? Anytime you want to mess around, you go for the Pudge. Interesting to see where the Weaver will be playing. I wonder if this is going to be a core Weaver. I do personally prefer the support Weaver, even though I don't think the support Weaver is all that good either. But the core Weaver just ends up being too squishy.
Yeah. And with the Lion coming out, you're sort of like, do I really like a Hex kills him? I might as well kill a support rather than kill a core, is how I would feel about it. But yeah, I also prefer the support Weaver. I love when they changed Hive Mind, they start buffing it up. It gives like 13 EXP per bug hit. And level 1 skirmish, you throw the bugs, hits 4 people, you're level 2 before the horn blows. That's like so fun to me. I'm a big fan of the Weaver, for sure. But yeah, Lion, by the way, this is something Algeria picked against Egypt in their last game. They did lose, but it had some decent impact. So maybe Nigeria's like, yo, more control is good.
Oh wow, Nigeria are actually going for a bounty hunter.
Tasty.
And that track gold is nice, but Otuma, remember, 4 kills in game number 1, 2 kills in game number 2. That's not a whole lot of track gold if you are Nigeria.
No, it's not. But it is a good combination with the Darkseer. You know, bounty hunter, ion shell. You run up to the enemies. If they don't have detection, you can burn them down. He's probably going to go up against. I prefer Weaver Bat over. Sorry, Anti-Mage Bat over Anti-Mage and Weaver. But then I think about Bat Rider's Flame Break is kind of good with Pudge to push people where you want them to. So we'll see how it goes. I prefer Weaver.
An additional mechanism is that Bounty Hunter with his invisibility can just have the Ion Shell on him and take those ancient stacks without taking a single hit.
Yes.
So I wonder if we'll see that mechanism come into play, because I say this because Nigeria were struggling in the lost hits department, so perhaps through that mechanism they can at least have a very farmed position 3. Now, question is, they're going for some picks which even in the tier 1 meta aren't that well performing. The Void Spirit is something that's pretty weak these days.
I think so too, but you look at the other side, their lockdown is not amazing, right? Like you can dodge the hooks pretty easily if you're Void Spirit. He has both the Dissimulate and the Astral Step, so it's like, and Bat Rider as well. Like I've seen a lot of times Bat Rider can blink in and you do have that animation so you can dissimulate in time. So Void Spirit's really good against what Egypt has, but also I agree that he's kind of not in a good spot.
The worst of the spirits.
Is he worse than Earth Spirit though? Is he worse? I don't know.
That's true. It's definitely a close call.
Yeah, it's like
you know what would be nice if they have the Avatar come out.
Oh yes.
Like the combination of all spirits.
Is that Brewmaster? Isn't he like, you know, he's got all the spirits. He's got the void, the wind. Oh, he's got them all.
That's true. But the Brewmaster splits into the different spirits, right? The Avatar is kind of like you form into one. But anyway, Bat Rider, Anti-Mage, Pudge, and Weaver, certainly a lineup which I fail to see the synergy in, to be honest. But I wonder if this is going to be a Pudge core.
Definitely Pudge core. Weaver and Bat are going to be supports. They're the 4-5. I don't know which one's 4, which one's 5. I imagine that the Egypt squad is going to be taking either. Oh, that's not their pick, by the way. It's going to be Nigeria. They're going to be picking a carry first. Something that can go up against Medusa. I'm an anti-mage. I'd rather they pick a Legion Commander and put Void Spirit as a carry. Let the Legion Commander go off lane or something like that. But then you put Darkseer mid. You want a Legion Commander. They pick Tiny. That's fine. That's okay.
So a Tiny carry and a Void Spirit on the mid. Meanwhile, Egypt to go for the Vengeful Spirit. I can't exactly tell what these roles are going to be for Egypt. A core Pudge support, Bat Rider and Weaver on the support position 2. Meanwhile, Anti-Mage on the carry and Vengeful Spirit on the offlane. Perhaps that's how they're going to be looking at it. But Vengeful can also be a support. So what do you prefer? The Vengeful support or the carry? Or rather, the offlane?
I mean, I think you can have Bat and Weaver as supports, and you put Venge. I prefer Venge as a core. I think that her tempo for the team can be amazing when you get that fast Ags, you know, the double life. You suddenly turn Nigeria, like if Nigeria wants to go like, oh, let's go kill people quick, and you just, you know, you kill Vengeful Spirit, doesn't matter, she has a second life. It's good. I would prefer that. I also say something.
Now,
Oh, sorry, you first.
Go
you
ahead.
first. No,
Okay.
you first.
This is a bit of a unique interaction, so I do want to know this from you. Does the Vengeful Spirit with the axe give double the track gold if you're able to kill the spirit twice?
No, it's the same as tracking an illusion. It doesn't give you track gold. It
Okay.
is considered because it is considered an illusion. It's a strong illusion though. It's the same thing as like CK's illusions when he ulties. You can track them. It doesn't make a difference.
Okay.
Bounty Hunter is my second most played hero of all time, which is, and I really like it. 57% win rate over like 700 games. That's pretty. Yeah,
I really
pretty
like
good.
the shard, to be honest. I
Yes.
personally think when the shard came out, it is one of the strongest in the game. I don't see a lot of teams utilize this, but being able to turn another hero invisible is a major boon, right?
It is. And also, I love that the facet, the one where the shuriken does damage as it passes through people, you can hit a person twice with the same shuriken, which is incredibly strong. All right, looks like everyone's being nice. Good luck, have fun. Good luck, have fun. Again, Nigeria, a loss here pretty much kicks them out of any chance to make it to the main stage. Egypt, they need to keep their balls rolling. And oh, holy crap, I'm getting a shout out. Did you see that?
I actually did not. I was adjusting my microphone.
Oh well,
What happened?
I will print screen for you. Don't worry, my love.
Wait, why didn't I get? I mean, I'm here with you.
Yeah, but oh, you weren't in the lobby. I was in the lobby. You weren't in the lobby.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
time to frame it. Oh man, oh dude, some people. I always love the Egyptians. Such nice people. All right, looks like
man.
they are trying to go and find someone though. Meteor Bob, if he can throw a hook out. Ooh, this could be a catch on bounty. Yes, it is.
Yeah, but there's a bit of concern because there's no real follow-up, but the flame break is actually going to push him back. Meteor Bob is going to be able to pick up that kill, and I can't tell if this is still a support or a core pod because he has a boots of speed.
No, it's support.
Another hook, but Hades dodges it and will try to go for that teleport out, but instead being stunned down and taken out.
No, the you can tell he's a support pudge because he's going for tranquil boots. That's like the universal. I'm a support. By the way, very unfortunate move by Olizo on the bounty hunter. You don't want to take a skill point with bounty level 1 until you know the situation. He took Janada from the base, so when he got hooked, he couldn't just put a point in invis and run away safely. Oh, look at that observer. Oh, thank you so much.
Oh man, this mid lane matchup is going to be so hard for Pladnod against a core Batrider. Just, I would like to think that the Batrider core on that mid position is one of the strongest against melee matchups.
100%. 100%. Like Pladnod, he might die here actually. I think he is. Yeah, one more burn. Oh, that was unfortunate. The spirit pulled him deeper into the tower, which made him closer to the guy and gets the kill. Very unfortunate for him. Egypt off to a fiery start.
And again, Nigeria, again on those last hits, they are struggling. Now, the Void Spirit does have quite a lot of HP. Unfortunately, is just on that level 1. Won't be able to hit the Remnant as well. Oh, in fact, the Batrider walked into that one, but this is going to end up being a 2-level discrepancy on this mid lane, and it's only going to get worse as the levels stack up.
Well, it also gets worse bottom as they land a hook on Red Mouse. He loses his life. This is a bit scary. What are we going to be working with here, bottom? It's going to
that's not fair. That anti-mage voice line is definitely not fair. You know Nigeria is trying, okay?
He's gotta be mean. He's gotta be mean.
Yeah, that's kind of mean, man. That kind of even hurt me a little bit.
Well, I love them because they gave me a shout out. So can't say.
All right, so perhaps you're going to end up being the hopeful optimist in from my place. Meanwhile, another hook over on that bot lane. The Tiny is done for, and it's going to be sent back. It is 0-7, and Egypt are playing this at a pace that not even Tunisia managed.
Nope. And level 2 hits by bounty hunter. He could take a point in his invis. He gets it just in time, and he is able to survive. That is why I wanted him to save his skill point level 1. In fact, a lot of times as bounty, you take invis level 1 because you can go and steal a bounty rune from the enemy side and without getting caught.
Also, you can plant down the
Devours.
block the camp, devor, gain information, do a whole lot of things. I think the Shadow Walk level 1 was definitely the way to go about it. Not to mention you have the Darkseer, right, on with that Ion Shell. So it's free harass that you could have gotten against this anti-mage. But so far, Egypt are the ones dominating, and perhaps even on this mid lane, as a Batrider is chasing down the Void Spirit.
12 stacks.
I wonder, Kemps will find that third kill on Pladnod on a killing spree now, and no end in sight. Nigeria suffering 3 minutes in.
0 and 9. Oh wait, that's the very famous. By the way, he spells his name as AR3A, right? 3 in Arabic is sorry, 3 in like when it's written is pronounced as which means Ar'a, which means the very famous Baldy is what his name is.
I kept calling him Arya.
I think you're fine with that. Don't worry about it. But that's how it's usually like in our texting and stuff. 3. That's how it's. So he's the famous Baldy. I don't even think he's bald though, which is weird. Why is he calling himself that? Oh, top lane. There's gonna be a rotation. The hook comes out.
The hook, yeah. It's he might have that surge, but he has the creeps on him, and the Weaver can match the speed of that surge. And Bounty Hunter revealing himself, breaking his invisibility, not the way to go about it. At Meteor Bob, he's just going to run him down. But Eliza, oh no, he had the chance to actually get away, but wasn't able to juke it out. He decided to go the other way and just into the claws of that Pudge.
By the way, like the way they were able to juggle the tower aggro was incredible, so that neither one of them got killed from it. As meanwhile, okay, Forever losing a bit of mana here. That's a nice bit of trade from Red Mouse. Might actually get them something if they commit. Doesn't seem like they're committing though. I'm surprised. I think they could have gotten more out of that engagement just now in the bottom lane.
Yeah, the Pudge was not there, so that was Nigeria's best chance to go in. I suppose they didn't exactly have a lot of mana on that Tiny, but now Egypt had the chance to reposition their heroes. You do have the Weaver over onto this bot lane, but let's see if they make a move here.
I'm having, by the way, the Darkseer. Oh god, they could Pladnod again. The Darkseer Bounty Hunter lane is not working at all. With Bounty Hunter actually getting more CS than the Darkseer.
I mean, to be fair, Bounty Hunter might end up with more CS than the Tiny, so it's not looking good. As bot side, the Weaver goes in. There is the stun on Red Mouse, and one hit to take him down. Meanwhile, Bob is here too with that Pudge. Has full mana and is holding the hook for now. Will need to plot it perfectly, but turns out won't even need it. One swipe, one claw will end the life of Nigeria's carry. Bob on a killing spree, the Batrider on a dominating spree, and Egypt 14 and what would you wager will be the kill feed at the end of all of this?
Let's see. They have Weaver and they have Venge for saves and a Pudge, so Egypt shouldn't be giving out a whole lot of kills. Alright, Nigeria 3 kills or less, I will say. I don't think Nigeria's gonna. I don't know how many kills Egypt's gonna get. Like, I don't know, 40. But Nigeria less than 3 kills, 3 or less.
Oh, Red Mouse dies again. Mid lane though. Gens may actually fall. Pladnod throwing out his remnant, but that's way too far off. As Kemps is actually going to go back in for a lasso. Pladnod escaping for now, but he's actually left Eliza. As a Bounty Hunter is going to be the one to die. Kemps though bottling it up. Pladnod, he's slowed way too down, and Meteor Bob, his hair has the hook. Will throw it out, won't exactly land, but one more hit and Pladnod will die. But the Batrider, Kemps won't be finding it. Nice little flame break, but that won't catch on either.
A little bit unfortunate, but he was using the hook surface to zone him in one direction. As Red Mouse walks in, loses a lot of his health, and basically walks back to the fountain. He's like, all right, my job here is done. By the way, one nice thing about the Weaver is that you can throw the bugs and dive under towers, because they do take 6, 8, and 10 tower hits to destroy. Very tanky, the bugs. Much tankier than you think.
Yeah, even the fountain struggles to actually take down the bugs.
It's like if you can get bugs on. Oh, Bob.
Yeah, has the surge though. I wonder what Nigeria is thinking. Won't even attempt to make his way out of the butcher's sights, as Bob is going to essentially gave the anti-mage the kill there.
Huh. I get one thing I imagine is that he doesn't want to use the animation for it because animation takes a while. You could get caught. As can he get denied? Oh, nice. Hades has been doing some good moves. Might lose his life.
He has too much movement speed. Forever.
Oh man. Okay, but Hades hasn't been doing good moves. He tried to deny earlier when they were diving on him. He tried to plant a tree to get out of vision. Platinum, no astral. Oh, this is gonna be
the
rough.
hook is just going to finish him off. It's not a good sight. Egypt 20 kills in 8 minutes, more than 2 kills per minute. I would 2.5 kills per minute actually, and I think they might just end up at more than 50 or even 100 kills at the pace that they are at.
100?
Bounty Hunter
No.
got out dismembered too. I mean, look at the way that they're getting these kills, man.
No way.
It's
not 100, not 100. I would be.
I sense a deal in the works here, Otimo.
What are you, some sort of businessman? No, you didn't even agree with me on the kills for Nigeria. I said 3 or less. Do you agree with that?
But I want to take the spotlight away from Nigeria and put it on Egypt. So instead of
Yes.
how many kills Nigeria are going to get, let's make a deal on how many kills Egypt are going to get.
At least 40, I would say.
Okay, so let's do more or less than 50.
More or less than 50. Ooh.
Yeah.
I feel like the game might end before they hit 50. More than 50. More than 50.
Bob actually getting the wicked 6 streak. Meanwhile, Anti-Mage cleaning out the Darkseer once again. Doesn't exactly seem like Nigeria are able to go anywhere on the map, really. It seems like Egypt are able to go anywhere and everywhere all at once. Oh, Bob, actually, he may have overextended his hand there.
Oh, did
Only
he?
one hit, but the Tiny, he's trying
Got
his
him.
very best, throwing out the avalanche. It will be enough. Tiny gets the first kill of Nigeria.
I like how Meteor Bob is the only one who gets tipped once when he misses his hook and again when he dies. To be fair, he is the feeder of the team. You know,
Yeah.
7, 1, and 9 is feeding for Egypt at the moment. But you can see they're also really like Egypt. They are pushing quick. They got the bomb tier 2. They're going on it right now. Well, not right now, but they were. As Weaver.
Yeah, he might. Oh, got the time lapse though. But everyone from Egypt is over here. The Lion is going to be the first one to die, and the Batrider coming in with that flame break will clean the Tiny up too. 3 heroes from Nigeria are dead.
Camp.
I don't think they get him though.
Oh, I think he walked right into Sentry, so they know the bounty was around, but they weren't able to get the lasso off in time. What? Oh dear. The items are coming in here. Weaver is going to get that Spirit Vessel. It's a huge amount of stats that you really like as a Weaver. Anti-Mage getting closer and closer to Battle Fury. I think Venge might have the full... No, not the full Aghanim Scepter. She's one component away. No, she has the full Ag Scepter. My bad. And there's a
Has
Gothic
the
kill.
full hags, and I think the rest of their team also has their first power spike. The Batrider should have the dagger by now.
Oh no, he's not going dagger. He's going right click with Dragon Lance and dagger.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. So the standard mid bit. Oh, another hook actually catching out that Void Spirit. The standard Lion Impale is there, but it's only going to catch one. Fever is going to dive forward with that Shukuchi, but it seems like he's got himself between 2 tier 3 towers, but doesn't seem like Nigeria wish to pursue.
By the way, they messed up a little bit. They did both the bite and the lasso at the same time. They could have gone that kill, but Egypt a little too excited in that attempt. Oh, and Pudge is going for Meteor Hammer. He's thinking, yo guys, I feel like we need it so that we can... Oh, the hook!
Oh, yeah. That was painful for Nigeria. And it's strange, right? Because in the series between Nigeria and Tunisia, at least Nigeria had the space to farm up for the first 15 minutes or so. This time around, Egypt are not giving any space, any breathing room.
Nope, not at all. It's 2.5 kills per minute in favor of Egypt. That is pretty insane pace for them. As again, they have actually decent tower hitters with the Batrider as well. Well, at least the Venge makes everyone a tower hitter. But Batrider, he doesn't have that facet that makes him better at hitting towers, though. That's unfortunate.
The Meteor Hammer should come in handy. that is when, I mean, Egypt turned their attention towards some of these towers rather than these heroes. Their anti-mage is there though. I wonder what the idea behind this anti-mage pick was. Was it late game insurance, or was it just because he wanted to hit some creeps?
I think it's because they want to make sure they have a hero who can stop Darkseer from surging away. And he's good because he can stop the mana with the mana burn. As Hades, walks back into them. Not ideal, loses his life. 1-32.
Radiant's middle tower is
I love how instead of normally, you know, in Dota games, we look at the last hits at the start and then the net worth later on. But this game, it's actually worth it to keep our eyes on the kill feed itself because there's so many kills happening. Can't keep track of it otherwise, honestly.
Oh man, yeah. What's the net worth looking like, by the way? The net worth: top 5 all Egypt, bottom 5 all Nigeria. That's not ideal. Oh, crash, no problem, brother. They're so nice, you know.
Yeah, definitely. +1 points for Egypt.
You know, like what 1 rep, right? That's what they say. +1 rep.
Yeah.
Well, what was Nigeria close to? I'm not sure what Bounty Hunter is building. I don't know what item builds from Blade of Alacrity and Orb of Blight. That is.
I don't think any.
Right.
I think he got the Orb of Blight for the laning phase, and he's going for the Blade of Alacrity. Not sure what he wants to be doing with that one, but he is eyeing Forever though. Yeah, who is very low on his HP. This tower is also falling, but Nigeria's team are way too busy.
Oh, can I get something? Ah, the hook misses. There you go. Voice Spirit was Mage Slayer, great item in this game. It reduces the damage from Bat Rider by a lot, but unfortunately it's going to take some time for him to get it. Tiny wants Echo Saber, that's a farming item, but I don't feel like you have much room to farm. Look at the base. They have wards on the high ground, both sides on Egypt. They're like, anyone who walks out of position, they see them. That's the ward right there.
Oh, and perhaps Nigeria is going to get hooked here. Bob was thinking about it, does have the Observer ward, but decides to go on Hades and take the Tiny down.
I mean, the thing is, Nigeria, they're thinking, oh, well, what do we do right now in a situation like this? It's 20,000 gold lead at 14 minutes. These are crazy numbers, basically.
Yeah, we must be setting some kind of record over here as Egypt, they choose to dive in, find the hook on Red Mouse, and 1 hit from the Weaver will be enough. Meanwhile, Dismember on Platnod is going to be disrupted by the Tiny coming in. Is there going to be an avalanche toss happening? They might be able to find themselves another kill. Tiny teleports in the face of Nigeria as they still haven't been able to find a kill, but Weaver is kind of trapped over here. Where is the detection? But the Weaver breaks the Sakuchi, giving the green light for Platnod to swipe him down. An unstoppable streak going the way of Nigeria.
But the bugs get a kill on the way out. Insane. Yeah, sure, Weaver dies, which is actually a big deal. How much gold did he give away from that way? I mean, damn it, he gave 1,500 gold for that Weaver death. Again, wild, but it's still not enough as Egypt continues to just pound on Nigeria. That's going to be another free kill on the Lion. Red Mouse. There you go.
Yeah, not going to be able to do anything about it. Meanwhile, Anti-Mage Megaway has found himself a freebie as well. And Platnod, unfortunately, has disconnected at the wrong time. I wonder though, okay, Autobot, this is the time where Egypt can get +10 reps. Is they knew Platnod was disconnected, right? Because he was just standing there. Are they going to let him go?
I don't think you need to let him go. You know, it's not like, you know, sometimes I've seen them when it's like first blood and the one guy walks in the river and he disconnects as he's walking in, and it's like kind of obvious here. It's like, did he disconnect as he was hiding? Did he he could have hooked him? I think he just killed the guy. Oh. No, this is not just now, is it? No. There's a good hook.
This hook was insane. Yeah, this was.
I love in the back line. Anti-Mage ends up. Look at this! Look at this! Observer. Our observer has his eye on one player for sure. He's like, there's a certain hero I enjoy watching.
I would too. I mean, Pudge is honestly just a really fun hero to watch.
Look at that.
And makes for some amazing replays with those hooks.
Oh, well, they let him. He manages to make it out. He manages to make it out. The hook misses, and Pladnot survives. But that Mage Slayer is going to take forever. As now, we can start going high ground. Does Bat Rider have a shard? Bat Rider does have a shard, which allows Sticky Napalm to deal damage to buildings. Youch.
Yeah, Egypt are probably looking to close this game within the next 5 to 6 minutes, I would say.
Yep.
Their entire lineup, they've pushed all 3 lanes as well to those tier 3s. The glyph has been used, so it won't be there until the first lane of Rax falls. And for Egypt, it shouldn't be that too far out.
Yep, but Anti-Mage has a Mask of Madness, by the way, so he's like, just in case I want to hit fast. As Kemps takes down the mid, Rax has fallen. Who are they going to go for? Forever, he's level 12, does have a second level of swap if he can catch someone from a distance. But again, they don't need to. Like, they just hit buildings. 20 minutes, I think this game is going to be ending, or lower.
Yeah, the net worth disadvantage means that Nigeria can't exactly do anything. Just forced to wait at their racks. And if anyone goes in, they suffer the fate of Hades over here. Meanwhile, another hook found on the Darkseer. He's going to end up dying and perhaps opening the passageway for the Weaver to go in. But still, it's a bit tricky for Egypt. Don't want to fountain dive. It's only 17 minutes. But fighting outside the fountain, though, that's something that Egypt can handle. Of course, the hook this time was missed. Or rather, was blocked by his own team.
You report him. You're like, sorry, Meg way, go away. That's what you should be saying, something like that.
I would have expected the reverse tip to come out from the buds. He's got tipped for his missed hooks too many times now. Nigeria going to go all in on that Bat Rider, but the swap is going to actually save his life. And now Nigeria have been caught out. Nowhere to go. Olisa will be the first one to die. The Lion to follow him. And we might actually end up seeing a full team wipe. But no.
GG.
Pladnot makes it to the fountain. And Nigeria tap out the call. GG. Well played. Egypt takes the first game in this best of 3.
Oh my god, 2-43. This has been the biggest beatdown of the night as they gave them 0 breathing room. The Pudge hooks were all on point. The mid was an absolute slaughter in favor of Kemps, who gave me a shout out, which is why he's my favorite player ever. Famous Ara on this Weaver, no one could get their hands on him. The Venge solo kills the enemy carry a few times. It is just a brutal game to watch. But kudos to them. Like, very one-sided, very impressive performance by Egypt.
Definitely, and certainly look a bit stronger than Tunisia, right? I know we haven't exactly had a direct head-to-head, but the pace at which Egypt were able to not only get all of those kills, more than 2.5 kills per minute, but also the pace at which they were able to take down those objectives and close this game out was a lot faster than Tunisia managed.
Yeah, exactly. I think that they just gave them less breathing room, and I don't think that they were playing particularly like focused or out of their mind. They're just like playing normal, and they're like, oh yeah, this is very, we were getting kills, we're owning the map. So it doesn't even feel like they're fully plugged in and they're doing this well.
But this will be, if they manage to win the next game as well, Egypt will be 2-0 in group stage A, right?
Yes.
So they should be well positioned. One more win and they would have a real shot at qualifying. So that's going to be something to look forward to. But for Nigeria, I know that as much as I want to see Nigeria take a game to a game number 3 against Egypt, against 5 players that are in the top 1000, between top 300 and top 1000, it really does seem very unlikely. But one thing that I'm really glad for is that they are sticking it out. They're not calling GG until it's actually over.
Yeah, what they could do is that they might end up beating Ghana, get like one game from them, which will be something. But yeah, this is the final score, 18 minutes game. Massive amount. Look at that. They only got 2 kills on Nigeria's side, and they got 2,600 gold. Egypt got, well, a bunch of kills, and they got 11,000 only, which is insane. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's very, very one-sided. As Nigeria was the tank of the team because he died so much. Poor guy.
Yeah, it kind of felt like Nigeria ended up with the short end of the stick there because none of these other teammates were able to dodge any hooks either, right?
Yep.
But Nigeria, he got hit with the long shots. He got hit with the snipes. So a bit unfortunate to see, but still, looking forward to game number 2, I suppose. Perhaps, again, Nigeria go back to their strategy against Tunisia in game number 2. Not pick yourself up some AoE ultimate heroes. Just pick yourself easy to play heroes and play with that.
I guess, but in this game they didn't have anything apart from Darkseer. But I can't help but reiterate that I don't think this is a draft thing you can solve. I think this is just a discrepancy between team talent, like skill at the moment. Nigeria, they're just gonna need more time to grind, improve, communicate, queue up together. Like, it's just too early for them to go up against a team like Egypt.
Definitely, I can see the writing on the wall, but I'm not gonna call it until it's fully spelled out. At this point, I am probably blinded by my optimism more than anything else. But okay, at the very least, let's go halfway. Let's hope that Nigeria, for moments, show signs of a comeback.
Yes.
How about that?
I want nothing more than for Nigeria to have a comeback. But I know you're a hopeful guy because you thought being a doctor was a good career. You had a lot of hope.
Yeah.
And so, you're full of hope. I respect that. I really do. Me, I'm a cynic. I believe in nothing except our love. That's all I believe in.
But that was game number 1.
It was.
We will, just one more game to go, or 2 more, depending on whether or not Nigeria are going to be able to mount a comeback. Okay, let me ask you this, Otimo.
Yes.
Is there anything at all that you see Nigeria being able to do to extend their limited time here?
Just play for fun and pick your best heroes and learn. Here's the thing: when you play in a team like in a game like this, and when you're being stomped, pick your best hero so that you don't later on go like, oh, we lost because I was picking a hero I'm not familiar with. Pick your best hero so at least you skip the I'm learning the hero part and you're like, oh, I'm losing because of this and this and this. So that later on you go like, oh yeah, of course I lose. I never play Warlock. I don't know how to play Warlock. But pick your best heroes and you will learn, and that'll be better for you. So,
definitely, it's everyone who starts with the game is at the end of the day going to be at low MMR. You can never start off as immortal. Okay, don't look at those Dota profiles in your game that have like 600 wins and have like immortal ratings. Those are fake. Okay, that's not real. In order to get immortal, you have to grind it out. You have to play. You have to improve. And hopefully, at the end of the day, Iesf, the International Esports Federation, it is a platform for you to grow your country's esports. Hopefully, for the people watching, they might get interested in playing as well. And then it's a process. It's a due process. It's been 10 years. It's going to be 10 more years, and I don't know when Nigeria will come up finally as a contender in one of these qualifiers, but I certainly do look forward to when I see that day.
Yeah, but by the way, during this time, I've been flirting with Kemps in the lobby, so we're going to take that flirting offline. So we're going to be taking a little bit of a break, very short one, 2-3 minutes. We get ourselves a glass of water, and we'll be back for game 2 between Nigeria and Egypt, possibly the last game of the stream. We'll see you guys in just a bit. Hello and welcome back to the IESF Africa qualifiers. We're doing Northern African countries today. We're not going to finish all of it today, but there's a lot of teams, but we are going to go through half of them. I'm Matomo. Joining me, perhaps for the last time today, of course, is Tultris. How are you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing good.
Nice.
Excited, not only for today, but for tomorrow too. We have a lot of matches tomorrow that we're going to be costing. I mean, 2 matches that we're going to be costing, of course, but a lot of matches going on overall that you guys can tune into from the client itself. Of course, if you want to be watching the IESF broadcast, then at the same time we're going to be on, and perhaps I know that according to all metrics, any AI is going to tell you that the outcome is going to be a 2-0. But I'm sorry, I can't bring myself to accept reality as
You don't even need AI. You don't need artificial intelligence. You can just do it with an AN. Artificial naivety will still tell you that one team is going to be winning. As actually, oh no, the lobby just collapsed. Oh, what's going on here? I'm going to be working with. Oh, we're back in the lobby. Where is it connected? It's connecting last second. Very odd lobby. But yeah, game 1 between Nigeria and Egypt. Complete stop. Decimation. Absolute destruction. The despair that Tultris felt, because he bet on them, was palpable. You could see it. You could see it in those eyes. There was no more light in them. He was very sad about it.
Atomo, I'll have you know the light in my eyes went out when I entered 4th year of medical school, okay? That's why I have no light in my eyes. But heading into the draft, again, Nigeria sticking true. Ban out the Medusa and the Templar Assassin. So, very interesting. And I love how every single time,
Yes.
both Tunisia and Egypt, they give respect to the underdogs. They ban out that bounty hunter, don't want to play against, and the Darkseer, don't want to play against Nigeria's heroes.
Ooh. And okay, Nigeria starting off the Shadow Shaman. Egypt saying, yeah, we'll just take Batrider again. Flexible hero, can take down buildings. There's a lot of things you can like about the Batrider. And of course, the BKB piercing ultimate. Oh, who says I don't want BKB piercing? Everyone wants the BKB piercing ultimate. It's the most delicious type of piercing.
And I love how Nigeria are not banning out that Budge, despite knowing that Egypt are most likely going to be going for it. But let's see. I mean, because Nigeria picked up the Shadow Shaman in, I believe, game number 1 against Tunisia as well. Of course, it didn't work out all that well as they expected, but here's hoping things will be different. Meanwhile, Egypt go for that Invoker, so perhaps we won't be seeing that mid Batrider that we saw last game, and this is now going to be at that support Batrider, or even, I would say, the soft support on that position 4 role.
Ooh, Necrolite, that's nice. I'm trying to remember. I know that Tunisia picked Shadow Shaman against Nigeria because in game 2, because I remember he got a solo kill on the enemy carry. He ward trapped him and killed him. I don't know if Shadow Shaman was picked by Nigeria. I'm gonna test.
Okay.
All right. How you want to bet that it was picked or wasn't picked by Nigeria?
See, now it's scary because now I'm feeling underconfident by this, but I have used all of my double down tokens in the game. I will double down today as well. I think Nigeria picked Shadow Shaman in game number 1.
They did not. It was Undying and Warlock in game number 1. Game number 2, no, you're absolutely right. In game number 2, they did pick it. I was reversed. Tunisia picked Shadow Shaman in game 1. Game number 2, it was Nigeria who picked it. So you are right. We both
partially.
No, you're 100% right. I'll give it to you. I bow to your superior shaving of the head.
Now Nigeria going to go for that Pugna. Now this is a pick that perhaps works against the Clinks and the Batrider, but again, it works against the physical damage Batrider, but not so much against the support Batrider, which is completely magical, and not to mention the Invoker and the Leshrac. Not too sure where they're going for this, but perhaps Nigeria want to push for some early objectives with the Nether Blast and the Shadow Shaman once he gets that the Serpent Wards up.
It's a very odd group picking the Pugna, the Necrophos, and the Shadow Shaman. There's also two decrepify targets. They're two ethereal targets, which means if I'm Israel, I'm thinking about Muerta. If I'm Nigeria, I'm thinking I gotta get rid of Muerta. I must remove her at all possibility, at all costs. Even then, the other side, they've got lots of AoE magic damage, which is just delicious against these people.
Dire team
Definitely. And perhaps this will mean that the Necrolite goes for that blade mill. Of course, last game, Nigeria were not able to complete a single item before Egypt ended the game, as they're going to be going for a Drow Ranger. Very late game oriented carry, but still very strong for that high ground. So in a situation where Egypt are looking towards that high ground, perhaps Nigeria can look towards holding just a bit longer.
Yep. I wonder where this Necrophos is gonna go, because he doesn't do too, it doesn't do too well mid against an Invoker or a Bat Rider, or a Leshrac for that matter. And I think wherever you put him, you want to put Leshrac against Necrophos just so he can do that edict, follow him around, and Necrophos like, it burns, mommy. That's how he's.
Doesn't exactly seem like there's going to be any easy lane for Nigeria, to be honest. Yeah. Necro, Nigeria, even the Drow Ranger seems like he's going to be in trouble. But Egypt going to ban out the Death Prophet and the Zeus.
Yeah, I don't feel like those were bans that they care. Like, maybe they just don't want to go up against those heroes in the mid lane. But again, Nigeria, I feel like you really need to remove Muerta. I don't think that Egypt cares too much what they pick, but Muerta would be a very good one.
Yeah, they should ideally look to ban out that Muerta, but
I don't seem
perhaps they're not even thinking about this. Or perhaps they're thinking that because Klinx is already picked out, that Egypt are not going to go for this. But I mean, Muerta can be played as a support hero as well. So
I wouldn't want to see her as a support. No, I want to see her as a core and put the Klinx. You can put Klinx mid, and I don't know, Bat Rider off, Invoker and Leshrac are supports or something. One thing Nigeria definitely does have is great tower push and sustain. If they can get the ball rolling, you can just keep death pulsing and healing. Brood Mother comes out instantly, and Sand King. Oddly enough, Sand King is good against Brood Mother. You can just pop one spider, they rest all pop, and they kill their mommies. Just one mommy. Very, very quickly. But I don't know.
I mean, Nigeria have quite a lot of AoE to be dealing with the Broodlings.
Fair.
Broodlings, rather. The Death Pulse, the Shadow Shaman, Ether Shock, the Pugna Nether Blast. Okay, the Ether Shock not so much because it's limited number of targets, but still the Nether Blast, the Necrolite Blast as well, and the Sand King AoE coming in. But the question is whether it's even going to get to that point, because that requires a bit of coordination.
Fair.
A certain level of coordination that Nigeria has been missing. So I wonder if things will play out the way that they are hoping for, or if Egypt are just going to roll them over.
I mean, if you can get the Sand King to blink in with Necrophos, following him around, it would be pretty good for them. One thing I've noticed, by the way, about Nigeria is that after every game they swap roles around. They're like, maybe if I play mid this time, things are. It's like, no, dude, it's not that. That's not the problem. On the other side, the supports are going to be the Bat Rider as well as the Leshrac. Wait a minute, Leshrac is taking chronoptic nourishment. That's not right. I don't like that at all.
And this is a Necro support over on Nigeria. Red Mouse is playing that one.
I mean,
and it's a position 5 support.
I feel like Oliza was their position 5 in the previous game, but now he's playing Sand King. There's Red Mouse has been their support the whole day. Now he's playing the Necrophos. Like I said, they're all swapping roles around. This is probably it. Mom said it's my turn to be the mid laner, and that's how it's going to be. You get a chance.
But
I was gonna say, this is gonna be chronoptic nourishment for the Leshrac. That's usually a core Leshrac build. Is he going to be mid Leshrac? I wonder. For the Dire, it's gonna be side steps. Reward of Ruin on the Pugna. Reward of Ruin, if you're wondering, every time Pugna destroys a tower, he gets Spell Magic Amp. And it's 1.5, but Wow, that is some faith in his ability to take down buildings. Okay.
I wonder if,
Mhm.
because for the past 3 times, or rather 3 games that Nigeria have played, they have given up first blood. And I wonder if the same thing will happen again as the Shadow Shaman goes in for that shackle, but taking quite a few napalms. But this time around, Nigeria have brought in the numbers here, but suddenly turning around, going to face the brunt of that EMP. The innate is going to be activated, but eventually Hades will fall to Kemps. The first blood going to Egypt.
Well, it almost went well, but in Nigeria, they kind of lost their stomach halfway through, thinking, "Oh, guys, no, don't! It's too scary." And I think they should have committed even harder. And you can see, like, they could turn around and kill the very famous Ara right now. And they do. There you go. But they are going to be losing Nigeria. That's still a fine trade, 1-for-1.
They might actually stick around and fight over here. Lysa taking a bit of damage, but Egypt are going to recognize that they can't chase towards those tier 2s, are going to be backing off. They do have to take those bounty rooms for themselves, and they're actually going to find themselves 3 bounty rooms in this game.
Looks like the Dire will be able to at least get their river ruin, but not river, sorry, the one that's in the base. I mean, it's in water. Does not count as river? I mean,
I think it's a tributary.
what the?
That's the second word I learned.
I was gonna say, right? I was like, that's a big one. Tributary.
Oh man.
We'll just call it.
But ironically, this is Nigeria's best start to any of the 2 series they
Yes.
have played today. Finding a return kill as early as the horns were blown, and Egypt with a Link support.
I was gonna say, so it's carry Leshrak bottom lane with Clink support and Batrider support. Okay, carry Leshrak. That is new. You know, somewhere out there, Paravision's like, I think this is what we should be cooking, boys.
Bot side, Sand King going to get caught out forever to pick up that kill, and Nigeria should be safe for now. Will get slowed down by that lightning, but is the Batrider going to chase forward? Will find that kill, but again, Nigeria finding a trade, not just towards that bot lane, but actually getting a freebie on the Drow.
That was a really good one that they were able to get the kill on the Clinks. This is one of the reasons you don't see Clink supports. Firstly, he didn't have tangos when he was doing those trades. He still doesn't have tangos. He only has a Blightstone and an Orb of Frost. That is not enough, and he's got very little health. So if he's out of position for even a little bit, he can be, knocked down. As Claydnod is being dove in right now. Needs a bit of
there
help.
are no broodlings, but Hades will find that shackle, eventually protecting Platinum just a little bit. Of course, the Drow Rangers should still be careful. So does the Clinks, though. So this lane over on this top side is going a whole lot more even than I imagined it.
Not in terms of CS, though. It's 8-3 to the 2-2. So it is favoring the Broodmother for now. But yes, again, Nigeria, this is what tends to happen when you play a lot of strong teams. Eventually, just because you keep losing, you start, you learn tricks. You get slightly better. And you can see... Oh, that was very close. Hades.
Very close.
Can you get him?
But Hades might actually... Oh, no, Hades. If he continued walking down, he would have found that kill. But unfortunately wasn't able to. Megaway is going to turn it around on towards the Shadow Shaman, though. He's holding the shackle for now. He needs to be using it, but won't be allowed to. Megaway will find that kill, and the Batrider will find himself a double on that bot side.
But they're doing these things again where they're luring him into the tower, and they are getting... He's trading, he's very happy, but they're certainly at least getting something in return as Drow Ranger dies in the top lane. Yep, Megaway with a double kill. Hades is not doing the right thing by not using shackles, because not only do you do damage, but you also lifesteal while you're doing damage, which is a big deal.
Now 8-4, 2,000 net worth advantage towards Egypt as they're going to go in towards that mid side, the EMP and the Flame Break to actually throw the Necrophos back, and a few hits from both the Invoker and the Batrider to clean him up.
Oh dear. And then we're seeing the problem also. The kills are getting staggered. One guy dies, by the time he regenerates, the other guy dies as well. And you don't ever have 2 people at the lane at the same time, because then the first guy, when he dies, he also doesn't come back with TP scrolls. It's creating problems for Nigeria. Megaway only has 12 CS, by the way, which is not great at 4 minutes, but he's also got 5 kills total.
And I was just about to say that the Sand King is kind of matching in terms of CS, but unfortunately he's died 3 times.
Radiant structures
And
are
Nigeria is going to follow him to the grave. Should Egypt pursue this, they are quite low, but Forever will eventually pick up that kill. Nigeria have just lost both of their bot laners and not looking good once again. 4,000 of a net worth advantage, and this time around it's actually 3 kills per minute, which should slow down.
Yes, Dwarf. Oh. Okay.
Batrider, actually, he got stunned up, but I don't believe there's enough damage. He should be able to make it towards that triangle and eventually escape.
If he doesn't TP, he's gonna be in trouble. He is in trouble. Oh, he got greedy. Oh, no. Like we said, Nigeria, they are playing a little bit more aggressively this time around, and it's showing. They're getting a little bit more kills. This is the most kills they've gotten all day in a single game. This is almost the most amount of kills I got in all 4. What? That's gonna be, there you go, 6. That is the Nigeria taking the lead aggressively, going on Clinks, getting a free kill.
Yeah, this is Nigeria on gravity training, right? Just able to level up a lot faster in terms of experience. And now, Ogna unfortunately will die. I thought he had a bit more chance against that Leshrac, but turns out he actually didn't.
Nope. But this is, like I said, this is really good because you can see as the day progresses, they are drafting slightly better, more comfort. They're figuring out who's better in the best role. It's taking them a while, and this is nowhere near enough, but it's all good steps in the right direction. Look at that, they almost get, almost. Can they get it? They will.
They might actually, the Clicks is going to go down. Hades and Platinum gets that kill. Meanwhile, of course, it is a 1-for-1, but those are a lot of kills that is going to weigh off the carry from Nigeria. So this is not going to be as one-sided as in the previous games. It still might, but Megaway. If he didn't get that Lotus in time, he was dead.
Yep, he ended instantly. But there is a problem, and that's called Invoker, who is steamrolling this Necrophos. 39-12 to the 11-0 of the Necrophos. It is not even close what's happening in the mid lane.
Interestingly, 12 CS denied is nowhere near the amount of creeps that have spawned, so it's mostly been Necrophos missing creeps more than anything else. Bot lane,
Eliza
going to run over Eliza, and yeah, that's a dead Sand King.
You bring up a good point about denies, but it also could be just that he's zoned out of the lane, right? He's like not even there when the creeps are dead. Where is he? Yeah, you can see he's like kind of far away. He wants to get things. He doesn't actually have any points in Ghost Shroud. That's a bit of a risky play for Necrophos to do. Okay. And they get the... Oh, it looks like, yeah, Meteor Bob, he's able to get their own Wisdom Shrine. Dire, did they take theirs? Oh, no,
no, I think Egypt stole it.
Egypt stole the shrine. Oh, this is going to be a disaster for the supports on Nigeria.
Oh, Hades tried to come in for a kill on towards Kemps, but in fact it got turned around. Oh, the last hit and misses! Kemps won't find that kill, and a bit of luck favoring Nigeria.
And possibly a courier kill as well. Very nice. Yes, some of it was luck, but ooh, Red Mouse is dead. Red Mouse is dead.
And Megaway found the kill on Ladnod as well. Nigeria, 7 kills, pretty good. In all honesty. Now, how many kills have they gotten in the previous 3 games that they've played? I remember 4 and 2 in the series against Tunisia. And then in the 3rd game, they got 1?
Was it 1 or 2 in the previous game? I think they may have gotten...
Let's say it's 2. Let's say it was 2 for so 8. 8 is their target for Nigeria to beat.
So that would be, if they get 8, that they would have played in this game as well as they played in the last 3 games combined, huh?
Yeah.
That is pretty sad to say, unfortunately. Well, we look at this item. Oh, Necrophos, no mana, no Ghost Shroud. Red Mouse looking very dead. That's why you want to get at least 1 point in it. Yeah, there you go.
But he's just going to fall.
Oh,
Camps now on killing spree, and he's actually queued himself up that Meteor Hammer. Meanwhile, topside is going to be a bloodbath as two heroes have already fallen and Megaway is showing no signs of slowing down on towards that tier 3 to get a kill on Nigeria. The Pugna is dead too. And the cracks are slowly beginning to tumble Nigeria down.
And then this game for Nigeria, sorry, for Egypt, their pushing strat is so much better. We talked about the Meteor Hammer for Invoker, but they have Leshrak, who is naturally incredible at bringing down buildings. Same thing with the Brood Mother. So they are going to be able to translate this lead into very early buildings. Huh? Hades? Okay.
Does he want to be doing that?
It's like,
I don't think Hades knows just how quickly he's going to be overwhelmed. Megaway finding that unstoppable streak, and perhaps it's on towards that Pugna or that Drow Ranger. The Batrider trying to come in for that Flame Break will eventually extend it, and it's going to throw everyone back. Gladnod is able to survive thanks to Red Mouse TPing in.
That is what happens when you go in with no life against Red Mouse. You give him a free kill. That was too risky by the Batrider. But hey, this is officially Nigeria's best performance of the day, and it is nothing to scoff at, honestly. Considering that they're up against, 13,000 MMR players, this is really good.
To be honest, I am impressed by Nigeria.
We should be.
I don't think that if this was any other Guardian level team, they would have done as well as Nigeria have done. And in extension on that mid lane, perhaps an overextension by Egypt. Kemps is in a whole lot of trouble. Will go for that Ghost Walk, but it's Forever who needs to be taken care of as he's going untethered on towards Platinum. Will be able to get that kill and perhaps even make it out of here as Nigeria are just too slow to respond.
The double tornado into the meteor! Well done, good sir. Kemps lands a big stun coming out from the Sand King, but he may have put himself in a bad spot, and he does, as Meteor Bomb brings down Oliza. Or, I always call it Oliza, but you call it like Elisa? Is that what you say?
I said Olisa.
Olisa, yours is better, yeah, you say it better.
That would have been an interesting play if the Sand King had enough mana for the epicenter, right? Because all three heroes from Egypt were incredibly low.
I'm not sure what item is going to come out on Nigeria soon. The Sand King isn't going for Blink Dagger. He's got... I think he wants Power Treads, but maybe Mage Slayer also? That's a hard one. Yeah, I think it might be Mage Slayer he's going for on the Sand King. That's different.
Oh, Broodmother actually got caught out right on the stairs of that tier 3, but the backup, the cavalry is coming in from Egypt. Is it going to be enough as the Batrider may have overextended his hand? There's the epicenter by Olisa, and the Batrider slowed to a crisp, shackled down, and taken out by Hades. Megaway, of course, does find another kill. This time around, Meteor Hammer not really latching on towards anyone, and Nigeria is going to be caught while he was life draining. Necroforce is the one who's going to be thrown up in the air, silenced, and at the end of the day, it's still going to be a 1 for 3.
I mean, at least they bring down the Batrider, who unfortunately is kind of the easiest hero to bring down from Egypt because he's got the lowest net worth. In the meantime, of course, Forever is pushing the team, and I think he's got max Edict at this point. Yep, 1, 4, 4, and 1. No points in his talents just yet. Look at that! Buildings, Meteor Hammer, and Edict in a few seconds.
And once again, Egypt are... This time around, actually, not once again. They're on 2 towers instead of 3. The bot side tier 2 tower is still standing for Nigeria. Oh, that's a very risky burrow strike. Sand King unable to find anything, and the ice is going to slow him. Nigeria just unable to provide any sort of backup.
A bit of wishful thinking. A lot of times when you are defending a Sand King, what you do is you put a Sandstorm with max level and you go behind. He does have a max level Sandstorm, but he's not like using it that way. Instead, trying to get on top of people. Maybe he doesn't expect they'll have detection, but they will at this level.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No. Look at that, they just go top and then they go mid, and they go top and they go mid. Wherever Nigeria follows, they just go to the other one. They're like, yeah, we can just... And there's the Edict, towers are melting. Look at that.
Invoker to throw down the Meteor Hammer. The Serpent Wards are placed down, and Leshrac hexed up. The Reaper actually is going to deal quite a bit of damage, but the Burrow Strike is there by Eliza. He's holding it for now, won't even need it. The Sandstorm will end up finishing the Leshrac off, but the Burrow Strike is going to find himself in an awkward position. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but the Rax has fallen.
I just realized something today. Alright, I just realized something just now when I was watching. The animation for Ripper's Lash is the same one as the old Bullwhip, but it's just different colors.
Dire's structures are
Oh,
falling.
I always thought it was from... You remember Naruto?
Yes?
Have you seen it? So the Reaper that comes in Naruto, one of the...
Shikigami?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I thought the animation was from that, but clearly that's wishful thinking.
No, I mean, it might be, honestly, but I just really think it looks a lot like the Bullwhip. That was a tier 2 item that gave you movement speed and on your allies or slows. And I'm like, oh my god, looks exactly like he's whipping him. Then I remembered it. As the tier 3 mid also falls. Egypt, they are done with today. They said, let's just take a break already. We want to go on to the next round.
But Nigeria, it seems like they are not done. Despite the fact that the AMPS has drained all of their mana, they're still holding strong. Don't want to give up this Rax. But question is Egypt... This is the push that Egypt is going to look towards finishing this game with. But Nigeria looking for that opening. They have to regenerate the mana on that Sand King before they go in.
I mean, might be too late here as... Oh, nice tornado on 3 people, in fact. But they've got no follow-up here for Egypt. They're not interested in committing. Bomb lane, they're still at tier 2. Oh, almost. Egypt.
They might actually find the entry, but no. Oh, wow. Not going for that bottom lane tier 2. Instead, choosing to stick around. Perhaps hoping to try and team wipe Nigeria and then just end the game. Rather than prolong their misery, but...
I feel like if you were a Nigerian, you might consider selling a lot of items on the Sand King and buying a Blink Dagger, because you could get a very big epi if you like commit to it. But right now, the Sand King has no way to get close. Eliza is caught in a bit of a tough spot because Eliza might be dead. Nope, he's okay. He's okay.
He's okay for now, but those towers are taking quite a bit of damage, and Megaway is actually going to go towards that back line, trying to make his way towards that Drow Ranger, but Nigeria, one thing they are good at is sticking together and grouping up, but still, they have to make a move if they want to extend this game any further. Sand King is going forward, but will eat a tornado. Hades to go forward instead, finding that shackle, but instantly getting disabled. And Eliza yet to find that Burrow Strike, unfortunately will miss it, and that's going to be the death of that Sand King. And Necro, where is he TPing?
Well, guess mid. Oh, disconnect comes out. Platinum has been having internet issues the entire day, but my god. They were able to at least get Meteor Bob. I think he used the spell right next to the Nether Ward that got him down in the end. Alright, but can Nigeria turn this into a defense? They do have the Reaper side. Unfortunately, their supports and the Drow Ranger are pretty low health. As Hades like, crash, I'm not going to be calling it, boys. I'm going to be playing to the end. Well, this is quite something.
Yeah, I mean, does the Drow even have buyback? Because he is very dead right now.
You never know. Let's see, what does he have?
You remember that one time where there was this pause and you gave me a challenge whether or not it was an Oracle, I believe, that would die.
Yes. And he pulled off some incredible play and lived, and I remember we were all, well, you weren't, but I was shocked that happened. You were like, yeah, he's gonna live. I was like, no way. But your optimism paid off that day.
Oh man, these are a lot of articles.
That's Dota
on the screen.
Me, I actually, one thing I do is I have it show up me the hero's name now instead of the player's name, because sometimes I'm playing, I'm like, I don't know who this hero is because it's so shiny and different looking.
Some of the sets have changed up.
Yep.
Like, personally, I get confused between Skywrath and Vengeful, the Arcanas that came out with Groundfall. Yeah. And not to mention, there's a certain Batrider skin that makes the Batrider look like Viper. So it's pretty confusing.
I remember. I think there's some vengeful spirit. Not vengeful. The Legion Commander ones that makes him look sometimes like Silencer and sometimes like Dragon Knight. So there's a lot of sets that are a bit weird. All right, they're back here on Nigeria. Then I say Platnod's like, let's go when ready. Here we go. Let's see what's gonna happen.
Let's see if that Drow Ranger ends up surviving. Platnod being hit by those edicts and those Pulse Novas is going to end up falling. No buyback for now. Nigeria have lost 4 and are going to be team wiped. Buyback comes in from that Necro, but Batrider is pretty healthy right now, so he can't exactly throw that Reaper out quite just yet. A lot of buybacks coming in, and the Sand King has also respawned with that epicenter. He's teleporting himself to that throne, but can they mount up any kind of defense here?
Tornado comes out, hits Hades, but he should be alive anyway. He's going to go back to heal if they can get... Dude, they're just going straight up throne. They don't care about anything. Megaway just wants to end this. He does not give a damn as... Oh, he's a bit low. Where's the sight? Where's the anything? Megaway is dead.
Megaway is dead, and Batrider is actually going to follow him to his grave, but in fact, finds that TP out. Meanwhile, Egypt, it seems like Megaway was the only one who was interested in taking that throne. The rest of Egypt were not really content on that, but Kemps has a Meteor Hammer, so he can essentially just go there and throw down that Meteor on that throne. I believe it's quite low.
It is, but it's still too risky for him to go there by himself, as... Dude, Sand King is building something weird. It's got a cloak and it's got an ogre axe, and I don't know what the hell it is.
It's an RPG at the end of the day.
Okay, I get it. Yeah. But yeah, he's got some very... he equips the Quelling Blade, but instead of the ogre axe. And they're going to fight Reaper!
Reaper actually catches out that Clinks. Meanwhile, the Leshrac with those Pulse Novas will actually end up finishing that throne. It's going to be a 2-0 going in favor of Egypt. This is their second best of 3 win today. First against Algeria and now against...
Nigeria?
Yeah, now against Nigeria.
I was like, oh, by the way, both games roughly... I think both teams were exactly the same amount of time. Holy crap, they were exactly the same amount of time. 18 minutes and 4 seconds, exactly. Like, not a second off.
I mean, Nigeria continuing to win hearts, I will say that. They sometimes the spirit of competition and just how committed you are in performing ends up winning you fans. More so than your actual performance. I mean, at least for me. I know that I will be tuning into IESF's events just to see how Nigeria is doing from time to time.
Yeah, they're definitely, they put it all on the line. It was impressive to see, especially in this game where they got 14 kills. Yes, they lost as quickly as the previous one, but that's only because Egypt was playing a little bit more. They're like, let's just end this as fast as we can. Nigeria couldn't really stop that, not with their draft, not with their current level, but they put up a very valiant effort. So that's something to applaud.
But, for over on the other side, looking at a different perspective, Egypt came with 2 very strong performances. Sure, yes. They only won 2-1 against Algeria. Looked a bit shaky. That series looked a bit shaky, but a very convincing second performance. And I would say they are looking like they are very well primed to actually make it towards that top 1 position in Group A and actually qualify further.
Yes. I don't know how it's going to work once with Southern Africa. If North Africa and South Africa both have their own representative, or if they're going to meet up against each other and that one's going to represent the whole of Africa, I'm not sure. But Egypt is very much looking like they're going to be representing this group at the very least, and possibly the whole region. They are a very strong team. We know them from the ranks. They have some stellar players as well. And Kemps recognizes me, so they got my eternal love.
I do hope that at the end of the day, Egypt, or at least some of the players that are competing, are able to proceed and make it on towards those bigger stages, because taking it back a little bit, and for context, the Batrider Ara played in Uridu's Arena, and that was a tournament in which Nigma Galaxy was born, or rather, the Uridu Thunders were born. Noob, Umar, all of those players came from that one circuit, later on forming into the Uridu Thunders, which then got rebranded and bought out and formed into what is now Nigma Galaxy. But, you know, at the end of the day, that is what these circuits, these big tournaments give you: a platform to play, a platform to succeed, and a platform to get recognized.
And I mean, yeah, like we said, it's just they just did really well for them, and they definitely could have a shot of going much bigger if they can continue on this pace and continue on the LAN and look really good. Look at that. In this game, the gold from kills actually favors Nigeria. Despite the kill difference, they actually got more gold from killing than Egypt because their kills were so much more impactful. And even like you look at the damage done, the experiment, Nigeria is very, very clearly trending in the right direction. You know, getting better and better game by game.
And interestingly, everyone from Nigeria actually ended up getting a kill.
Yeah, by the way, I also don't think that these are the heroes that were played, right? Because like
they're not.
Wow, Pugna got 7 kills? That's insane. I didn't realize he got so many. 7 on the Pugna. Very nicely done. Kudos to him. But overall, it was good to see them putting their best foot forward. But Nigeria, unlikely to be going much further. But that's fine. We will be going. We actually might see them play tomorrow again versus Algeria. So we've been following their whole quest, their whole growth this tournament.
Yeah, and I believe you're most definitely right. We will be seeing Nigeria play tomorrow. Unfortunately, it's not going to be against an easier competitor. They're going to be playing against Algeria, which gave Egypt a run for their money.
Yes.
So, you know, perhaps they can sleep on it. But okay, look at this argument. The pace at which Nigeria improved, though, that's what you have to keep in mind. 4 kills game 1, 2 games in game number 2 against Tunisia, 2 games in game number 1 against Egypt, but 13 kills in this last game. That is unmatched pace of improvement, I would say.
Yeah, right. It's like 7 times better. You know, maybe they'll get 7 times better. They probably not, but Algeria is slightly weaker than Egypt. If Nigeria also comes in slightly better, the gap is still humongous, but it might be where you have a bit of an entertaining game to at least to go through. So I'm rooting for Nigeria to get better. But I believe that is all for us today. We had fun. Tultris, any last closing words you want to throw out? Oh no, wait. You know what? No class. No. We should be here a bit longer. You know, we should. Why should we call it quits so fast? You know, we give them some Dota. Let's see what else is. Tell me about yourself, Tultris. Tell me about Iesf.
Well, about Iesf, but you asked me about myself. I'm not Iesf. But anyway, one thing, you know, I will go back to what you were, you know, when you asked me for some closing words. They're not going to be closing words, but words. You know, just words, right? I cannot stress the importance of competing and improving and playing, and you never know where you're going to end up, right? I started when I got calibrated. I was at 3500 MMR. I made it to top 200 back in my competitive stages, right? So that can be anyone. That can be Nigeria too. You don't know where your Guardian right now. You play, you compete with your friends, you have fun at the end of the day, and perhaps one day you can raise your country's flag at the International Esports Federation, and perhaps one day you can actually close it out, be the qualifiers winners. Right,
it's like, you know, no one starts off at the best, no one starts off at the number 1. You always have to take steps and steps and steps. I remember watching the OG documentary about Amar, ATF, and he said, I used to go with my brothers to Cyber Cafe and they were better than me. And then I would watch them, and then suddenly I started to go while they're working. I'm improving, I'm hitting 3K, I'm overtaking my brother, I'm 5K, I'm more than my brothers now. I'm 6, 7, 10K, and suddenly he's like, I'm, one of the best offlaners in the world. So it takes time, takes effort, but it can be done. Anyone can do it. No one is born talented.
I mean, some people are born talented, but
talent is
hard work. Well, I think a hard work can overcome talent, right? At the end of the day, you have That is true. That is true. I do love Naruto.
Who doesn't? Except part 2. We're gonna pretend part 2 never happens. We like part 1 is amazing. We're still waiting for part 2 that doesn't involve lasers and spaceships and things like that. That did not happen.
Oh, you're talking about Boruto? Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yes. I for a second there, I thought you were throwing shade on Shippuden, and we were gonna have troubles, Artemo, despite all of the love I have for you and that there is between us. But still, coming back to that point, 151 countries compete in the International Esports Federation. It truly is the Olympiad, and you guys tuning in means a lot, but teams competing also means a lot. There may come a day where you have the actual, this is the platform that becomes the Olympiad of esports, where you not only just have Dota, but you have Counter-Strike, you have a whole variety of games. Right now, I believe we have 4 games in Iesf, but soon that could turn into 5, 6, 10, 12. Who knows where the end number lies?
And we should also mention that this is not just going to be Dota, it's going to be other games. I believe this year there's going to be Counter-Strike, PUBG Mobile, and Mobile Legends. And you were talking about how many countries. It's not 151, it's 130, what is it, 136, but that is actually more than last year, which was only 130. So this is getting bigger every year. So last year was 130, now it's 136. Maybe we'll hit 131 in a year or two. Could happen. We'll see. We'll be seeing how that works out. But yeah, besides Dota, what would be your favorite game to watch? Counter-Strike, PUBG, or Mobile Legends?
Counter-Strike, definitely, hands down. I saw the major, and I don't know if you saw, but the Mongols, it was heartwarming seeing their run.
It was. Well, you know what? And we hate ending runs, but we're going to be doing that today. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, with I believe Algeria versus Nigeria, followed by Ghana versus Nambia versus South Africa. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm Otomo. This is Taltris on behalf of production. Have a good night.